Hey guys, it's Ricky, the Dungeon Master for Slice and Dice. Now, if you do not know already, we do record these live every Saturday at 5:30 Pacific time over at twitch.tv/RickyParamore. We do this cool little thing where we allow you to redeem channel points, give players advantage on specific roles. If you ever wanted to change the direction or fate of the game, come swing by and come have some fun, hang out with us while we play some Dungeons and Dragons. Also, if you're feeling a little chaotic evil, you can also give me a buff, which can result in perhaps some more bad guys coming about or the boss taking an extra turn. If you're feeling that kind of a bit of craziness in your life, come swing by and let it out on some innocent D&D players. Either way, come swing by. We have a fun time. We do also have a Discord. The link will be in the description down below. So if you're looking to kind of interact with us, ask us questions, generally talk about the game, that's the best place to do it. Other than that, I do hope you go on to enjoy the video. All right, Rudolph, what happened last time on Slice and Dice?
Hi. I put hot sauce in Tud's food. Tried to give him more hot sauce, but it didn't work. Pang lit his tongue or his tail on fire in the kitchen. Smoke was everywhere. We went up, got in a fight with Big Bad Evil Guy. Big Bad Evil Guy turned into a giant fucking pool of fat. Stabbed him in the heart. He died. Actual Big Bad Evil Guy came out and killed our friend dad trainer person.
All right. And then you guys all took a nap, right?
Yeah, we fell asleep.
You'll know it.
Crying.
The way I'm doing it this season is people who do a good representation will get a random advantage on a roll they may need. So you did a good job. So I will determine at some point.
Shitty explanation.
It was better than what I've heard before. Lexi heard some god-awful recounts of stories previous campaign we've done where I was like, pretty sure we stabbed a guy and yeah.
I think we killed a couple of things, but
killed a
that's
couple
all I
of folks
remember.
down in that town. Can't remember the name of the town, can't remember the name of the folks. All I know is there's blood on my hands and I feel great. So with that, let's dive into tonight's session. Dreams are a tough thing. Sometimes they bring light. Sometimes they bring light after a tough day. A break from the often bleak reality we actually occupy. Or they get twisted, turned into a place you don't want to visit. Sometimes losing sleep to get away from what lies behind your very eyelids. Monsters truly born from the horrors we face, that knows all of our weaknesses. Everyone besides Naki, please deafen your Discord, mute or pause your stream, and step away for a minute or two. I'll message you when we're good to go. For Naki, dreams have always been a good place, filled with inspirations for songs that eventually grew into hits, catchy tunes that stuck in her family's head, that stuck in Holman's head. Your eyes open as you are seemingly distant in the very kitchen you've known your entire life. Everything looks so much bigger than you remember. I can't say what it'd be without you. Don't let it doubt you. Don't let it doubt you. Holman hums softly as he chops a carrot in the kitchen. He slides a chopped vegetable off the counter into his hand, dropping into a large pot sat next to him, quickly grabbing an onion from his side and beginning to chop it. Hey, Naki, you know what song you've been working on? I think it's gonna be a hit. I can see it right now. Naki Dimadani, the voice of Aros. You feel a grin on your face as it stretches ear to ear. As you run up to him, you look down at your loot, and it's much larger than you remember. And it clicks. This was the day that you got your first real loot. Holman had been working on it all week in the communal workshop, made out of a solid block of mahogany and some carefully curated strings. Ever since he heard you pluck at one a while back, you had found digging through all the extra trinkets near the stadium. He saw such a talent in you. This was the day that you... Wow, I read the wrong part. He saw such a talent in you. Helped you learn how to tune it, learn basic chord structures. His hands were so big, he couldn't really match his fingers to the frets. You could, though. And while you learned some of it, some of the others were driven mad. Holman would always sit across from you with a cup in his hand, listening with a slight smirk on his face. You recall so little about your childhood before he took over for your parents, but you wouldn't have it any other way. At every crossroad, he's been there for you. He's championed every accomplishment. He picks up the pot and moves it over to a small brick oven in the kitchen. You can almost taste it. Your favorite stew from when you were younger. I know, little Naki. It's your favorite. It'll just be another few minutes and we'll be good to go. Why don't you go ahead and get the others together for dinner? Just like it always was. You were the best messenger. Always good at getting everyone together. You bust out of the room with a mission. But the room isn't warm like it always was. The fireplace isn't going. Hang isn't sat on top of it. No Eleanor sitting there tending to her items. No Varian practicing with his blades. No Tud awkwardly standing in the kitchen, prepared to eat, but being there for quite some time. And no Harudal, begrudgingly prepared for your normal spiel. It was empty, abandoned. You feel it rush over you. A scream erupts from you, but no sound. You turn and rush back into the kitchen. There, right where the pot was cooking. Holman's body sits slumped down, eyes open, and a wide open cavity in his chest staring at you. One blink, and you're in a solid black room with a faint white light. Sat upon a small stone chair. A small faint light escapes the edges of the room, giving it shape. Above you at the other end of the room is a door. However, it is upside down. It opens slowly. As it opens, a gigantic eye sits closed on the other side. It opens, and everything that was black shifts to a glowing, vibrant yellow.
Potential. Forgotten. Bloodline.
A brief pause, and the eye blinks. A rush of energy pulses through you. You glance down, and electricity moves between your fingers.
Find us. Find knowledge. Find answers.
You're suddenly back in that kitchen, standing behind Holman again. And the lyrics are embedded in your head. I can't say what it'd be without you. Don't let it doubt you. Don't let it doubt you. A gentle shove from Eleanor wakes Naki up. You had been humming the lyrics to one of your old songs for a minute. I can't say what it'd be without you. Don't let it doubt you. Don't let it doubt you. Still in the semi-empty arena, a large group of knights from Gridion's Shield are currently walking between the seats above. You all can see them cleaning up the area, currently asking questions from everybody. Ammond, the officer that brought you to the arena, is currently questioning Harudal and Varian in a distance. I appreciate all your help in all this. I know it's been tough on all of you, but Holman was a good guy. You could tell he's kind of not entirely believing how he feels, but the whole situation is so disjointed and messed up. Two clerics working with a shield have been tending to wounds. A small group in maroon. Speaking of, as you all are there, paying these figures. They look like they've got these neatly dressed robes, some like bright white robes, and little bits and pieces. You can see almost what looks like the sun, or like a beaming, glowing orb on their left chest piece. All are female that are here, and they just tended to your wounds. They've been using cure wounds on you, so you're back to full health. And they don't really talk to you. They just are more tending to your wounds, and they then proceed to look at you and put their hands together and bow and turn and move towards another person. Harudal, you've already been healed. Same goes for Varian. Anybody else who is missing any HP have been healed. Eleanor, you were healed probably first. So there's like a little bandage around your leg where you got that arrow. None of them really talked to you guys. They came in once and woke you all up, and you have since been kind of going person to person, talking to Ammond. Look, I'll tell you guys all for the last time. When this all took place, I turned around from the gates. I'd been watching the crowds, making sure people didn't come in, trying to disturb the Harkin. And as that was all going down, the moment the clouds kind of took over the sky, I turned around and I could not walk through. There was like this invisible barrier. Now, I'm not one of you caster folks, so I don't really know what that's all about, but I very quickly proceeded to head over and figure out if we had any alumni here in town. And they were unable to figure out what this magic was. They said it's some sort of twisted energy, but they don't really give me much information. Speaking of, as you guys are kind of motioning around, there's been a small duo of people from what you guys have very rarely heard of as they're just kind of known as the alumni. These guys are clad in maroon robes and wear ornate black masks that have the shape of like a lion on their face. You can't really tell what race they are as they wear under robes as well, and it's a very hot day. So these guys are probably pooling sweat inside as they've been kind of looking around, but much to Hrudal's disdain and probably the rest of yours as well, there's a couple of shields of Glydian who have been stopping you guys from getting near Holman's body, as the alumni have been tending to and looking at the body. That's the current situation. What do you guys do? Yeah, don't go all at once.
Brutal.
Yes.
Hey, do you think they're gonna let us take the body or what?
Well, they better. I mean, he's pretty much our father.
Right. Deserves a proper burial.
Ammond, who's still standing near you guys, because he's been kind of trying to calm you guys down after you woke up. I'm gonna be honest with you, they do not want you guys near that body. I'm gonna go double check. I'm gonna see if we can't do a proper burial for you. You see as Ammon turns and kind of walks over, and his own guards, who he is the commanding officer for, stops him from getting there. One of the figures turns and almost as if they communicated telepathically. You guys don't hear anything. There's nothing that goes through. Ammon kind of takes it back, turns around, kind of like palming his head, scratching it a little bit, walks back up to you guys. They're gonna be taking the body. Something about trying to figure out what incantation or whatever was used here. I wish I had more better news for you, but they said that the moment that they are done with it, they will turn the body over to you.
Do we know when that'll be?
He didn't give me a time. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of was gathering information on what happened here from you guys. But as far as what's going on right now, my orders are to keep the entire city of Aros on lockdown. Most of the guards are kind of pooling through the city, talking to folks, trying to identify the robed figure that you guys have mentioned. There's no way that he's gotten out of here. I know you guys said something about a portal, but and that type of magic requires structures to be in place. Like, that is not something that can just shoot clear across. He's got to be somewhere here in town. But my men are working on it, and unfortunately, as you guys know, Sir Prawn either passed or is missing, but we have no access to any of his funds. And I don't want you guys tied up here. You guys fought for your freedom. I saw the body of Gralbond. You guys did do what you were supposed to do to have your freedom. He then kind of motions. You see him kind of reaching in his pouch. He turns and he sees Eleanor, who's currently helping Naki back up. And he walks over to Eleanor and he kind of bends down on one knee. He kind of pats you on the shoulder and he palms some like jangling metal. He puts in your hand. Okay. I know you're the oldest here, so I'm just kind of figured you would fairly divvy this out, but this is from my own money. You guys need to find a place to stay. It is getting later in the evening. I know you guys are kind of beat. But here, he hands you 60 silver pieces. This is about all I can give. The rest kind of goes towards keeping my family in tote. But I wish you guys the best. The moment we have any information or we can get you your winnings, we will. But from what we've inspected here in the arena, there's no prisoners, there's no orphans, there's none of the mothers that took care of people, there's nothing. We've checked for treasure, we've checked for any of the accounts that may be tied here. The money is missing, everything is gone. I don't know if there was a looting thing going on while he did this whole thing. Maybe they were out for money. I know you guys said something about a crystal, but the alumni might have better information. But I need to see over some more of this investigation. So unless you guys have any other questions for me, I'm gonna get back to it.
Hey, where's Hildar?
Hildar? Or Haruto?
No, the was what the image said to go find. Go where to go to. Go
Ildar?
users. Yeah.
Ildar is clear across the little island or isle that you guys live on. It's clear outside of Aros across the way.
Okay. But we already know where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, you have a semi-knowledge. You guys had a map inside of your room, so unless one of you picked that up when you were leaving, you guys just have a faint knowledge of you probably need to go about northeast to get up to there.
Wait, pretty sure I took the map.
Okay, then you have access to the map. I know we talked about it, I just can't remember the exact specifics. So
I was gonna say either Eleanor or myself would have grabbed it.
okay, so in that case, one of you guys have access to the map, and you can see on this more of like a piece of parchment that doesn't have perfectly written down a geographical location. You can see from Aros, you have to go around the Seething Peaks and head kind of on that coastline or get over there to get up to Ildar.
Okay. And did Eleanor pick up her dagger?
She threw a short sword, so the short sword went through the rift that was open on the ground. So the sword is missing. In the bodies, because of the way the blunderbow works, your shrapnel is basically embedded in the bodies. It would take you far too much time to pull that out to really make use of it again. Eleanor, you recovered all of your arrows, putting you back up to 20 from the bodies themselves. The guards have been kind of looking through stuff. Seemingly none of your stuff was looted, which is the question they've been trying to answer, because everything inside of the arena, the people, the only thing that was left were like maybe like drinks and little bits of food, but none of the bodies, no like seemingly signs of bodies being tampered with. Just everyone was gone. Now, does anybody have any questions for Ammond as he's kind of standing by? I'd say most of you are kind of grouping up at this point.
Can I ask him if he knows anybody named Kara?
Go for it. You just got to ask in roleplay, my dude.
Do you happen to know anybody named Kara?
Kara. He kind of scratches his head for a second. Are you talking about Holman's daughter?
Daughter?
Yeah, Holman had a daughter before he wound up in here.
Huh.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I just said every once in a while we found ourselves having some drinks over at the little tavern here inside the arena, and he would talk about his life before. But it shocks me that he never talked about her with you guys.
Whoa.
What were you saying,
Eleanor?
Lynn?
I knew.
Okay, Eleanor may have known.
I have a specific mission to complete once we get out of here.
Okay.
So.
That's about as much as I know. All I know is something about her not wanting to do much with Holman after his wife Paula died.
Well, thank you.
No problem. He kind of pats you on the shoulder. He knows that you guys are having a tough day, so he's really trying to show as much sympathy as he can. Is that everything from everybody here?
That should be it. Thank you so much for your help.
All right.
Yeah, thanks.
He nods and turns, and you see there's a couple of guards back at the end. They're like, do you think you know what this is? And he's pointing at just what looks like the missed Eldritch Blast and the dead chicken over in like the box. He's like, you think this has anything to do with what may have gone on here? He's like, you see Ammon walk over and just kind of faintly hear him go, that looks like a blade mark. And he looks over at Varian, looks at your sword, your swords, and he goes, I think he connects the dots. He's like, just move on, guys. And you can see the kind of group of them continue to probe around. One of the guards walks up to you and he's like, my name is Marcus, and I've been attended to point you in the general direction. I know you guys don't have much knowledge of the actual city of Aros, so I've been tasked with just kind of guiding you to a general location. We here in the main area, here in the central district, we've got one place that really offers a place to stay, and as well as maybe some drinks to kind of warm you down for the rest of the day. This figure he's wearing the Shield of Glydian armor, which is just ornate iron plate armor. You can see he's more of like a recruit. He's got a younger human face, no facial hair. He's kind of wearing a little bit of a chainmail cap over the top of his head. Doesn't look like he's really seen any combat, probably fresh out of training, and has been assigned to you guys to kind of give you a general direction. I don't know if you guys want to attend to anything else before the day. There's one shop around here that might be in maybe your best interests, but I know that the Shield is currently had a lockdown on all weapon sales and things right now, so I don't know what their stock may be, but what's the plan, guys? Do you want to start heading towards the inn? It's a little place we all like to go called the Cloak and Stagger, as well as the Immen's Keepsakes, which is the shop that I mentioned. But I can give you guys kind of a general walkthrough over to there, whichever of those you want to go to.
Real quick, before we go to leave, I'm just going to go 1 second to him. Not saying a word. My character is very fucking furious right now. And turns and walks back towards where we came from originally, back towards our rooms.
Okay.
And I want to walk down there and go look through Holman's room and see if there's anything.
Okay. So as that happens, he probably is like, excuse me, Harudal.
Not listening.
Can any of you guys can anybody help me here? Okay. Are you guys gonna you guys see that he's heading towards the other gate, so Tud just follows.
I'm following too.
Following him.
So the whole I would say at this point, most of the group's going that way.
Skills.
They all start to follow. As you guys get to the other gate, you can see a couple other Shield members. There's surprise for what happened here and the amount of, you got to think about 50,000 plus people just perished. Like this is not a small amount. Like nobles from all across Glydian disappeared in an instant. Renowned casters from the alumni of the spellcasters of the Grand Coast. There's a bunch of people who just vanished in an instant. So there's
Me.
What was that?
So perished in that group.
What perished in that group? Your mic was cutting out.
My real dad.
Oh yeah. If he was in attendance, he would be gone. You didn't see him though, so.
Oh.
But you weren't paying attention. Your nerves were very high. You were more focused on yourself, and you don't really know with his wealth class if he would have actually been able to afford attendance. We're probably talking at least a sum of about 1,000 platinum for attendance to this.
Jeez.
So it was not a cheap thing to attend to.
Oh, he can afford it. I know it.
And who knows? You hadn't seen him the last few fights you were in, so maybe he was saving up to attend, but you did not see him. So I'm assuming the rest of the party, you guys are all trying to go. You guys are going back to what is deemed as the Eastern Gate, which is where you guys came through into. As you guys get there, you see only like 2 Shields of Glydian kind of looking where the weapons were, because all the stuff that would have been normally there, like for the generic people to enter in, the like long swords, short swords, all those types of things that are hung up usually on the side, shields, remnants of leather and other armors. Those are gone. Everything is gone. It looks like this place has been abandoned for like 5 years by the way that you can see everything. Everything's picked through, barrels are knocked over. It's no longer neat and clean and tended to anymore. It looks kind of dirty as you guys kind of walk around. Again, you're taking in the briefest thing. If you guys want to do a more detailed look as you're going through, but these members of the Shield just don't really want to really interact with you. See Harudal roll the perception there.
I got a 12.
Yeah. So as you walk, I mean, you're really just seeing the same details. You do see that the majority of the members from the Shield aren't the normal ones you would see, or the normal ones you've seen inside of the stadium. So all of the ones you've grown close with, all of the members, they vanished as well. So there's no members of that as they're going through. You're only seeing like fresh blood or people who maybe worked other patrols in here. And I saw Eleanor rolled a 23 on another perception.
Yes.
She noticed
Not
all
20.
the things that I didn't.
Let's make sure we're calling this out before you're doing it, please.
I was trying to like not interrupt your talking.
You're good. You're good. I would say Harudal's so storming on trying to get to the get back to your own inn that you kind of just forgot about anything else. You're kind of taking in your surroundings. Eleanor, while understanding that Harudal is going back for something, she's more kind of paying attention to what's going on, but you can really read into what's going on with the people. The Shield are nervous, they're terrified, they don't want to be here. They're kind of picking through, but they're rushing through it. You noticed in the seats, like in this, like the attendance area, that they were kind of briefly walking through. They weren't really paying attention because they don't want to be here. Whatever happened here was so above them that they're just terrified to be in the epicenter of what just happened. So you're just noticing more about the people being very nervous, including the figure who's now no longer getting to leave this place. Marcus is now just kind of hanging behind, nervously holding his hands. He's not, his sword isn't at the ready. He's just pouring sweat as you guys are going further just to the outer ring of the arena. Assuming we're good there, you guys continue on. You remember the little like brief areas where like that older gentleman was. He's gone. The crops look like they've been unattended for a month. As you're kind of walking past, so you can see things have kind of grown a little bit more than just what you saw, what seemingly was a couple hours ago, because you're right around 6 p.m., 7 p.m. ish right now. You guys didn't sleep for long when you guys went out. It was a brief, then people came in and woke you up.
It's a power nap.
A power nap, if you will. As you guys continue, you continue down the path and you get back to your inn. And there outside, you can see a few boxes of items. And you can see boxes because they were tearing apart your old inn as you guys left to go and attend your Harkin. But as you walk inside, the door kind of creaks open. Just as you walk inside, you see that there was a lot of boxes that were like partially filled. Like the people who were here vanished mid process of moving things around. Most of your rooms, you can see some of your belongings and some bins out in the front. But you don't see a box or anything to the left over by Holman's. So that's as you guys walk in. So what are you guys going to do next?
I'm going to go right into Holman's room.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go up to the door, and as you go to twist the doorknob, a slight magic incantation burns your hand for 1 damage as you touch the doorknob.
Oh.
How do I adjust in here?
What happened?
On your character sheet, you should have a HP thing under the main one, the very bottom.
Yeah.
And you just change that.
Oh, you just type.
Yep.
I'm dumb. Imagine.
Am I good to roll for perception to see what just happened to
If
the
you're
horror
trying to
roll?
check what's going on with the magic, you would need to be rolling Arcana because it was some sort of spell on the door itself.
Yeah, okay, no.
I'll do a check.
Okay.
Oh fuck.
Todd just knows. Todd, you just know that it's fire. Whatever that was.
Fire hot. It do many
Ouchie.
burns.
Fire. You got burned.
Can I look for another way in?
You can. You know that there's windows around over where the front of the building, so you could go outside and hop the little trail that walks out to there, and get over
Okay.
by his window.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
Okay, so while you're doing that, what's the rest of you guys are doing? Because Pang just turned around and walked outside.
I'm more mad that I just burned my hand, so I'm going to try and smash this door in with my flail.
Okay, so as you go to swing, roll your swing for it.
$17.
Now roll a Constitution saving throw.
10.
As your flail makes contact, you see the like barrier that's kind of encompassing the door. It shows itself as you make contact, and a little pulse of light hits that, and a bit of like light shrapnel, again, just kind of burning damage, kind of comes back at you, dealing 2 fire damage to you. And you kind of like slide back, taken aback by because you put your force in and it kind of reciprocated that right back to you. But as you kind of pull back from it, you can tell that the spot that it was seems weaker. Like it seemingly like whatever energy is there is being used. So
Can I hit it again? Like my character is mad.
As
Like,
you're
I'm
about to
mad,
do that,
mad.
you're reeling, you're kind of recovering, you're looking at the door, you're looking furious. We then take a back to Pang, who had just walked back outside. You kind of crossed over the fence. Again, all of the grass that usually is trimmed here and well kept, seemingly long, up to above about your mid thigh. It looks unkept. You're kind of trudging through. You do see a window in here. The curtains are up on the other side, covering any excess. You have a slight peek. It seems like you rolled perception. So through the little peek, you haven't touched the window, by the way, because seeing the magic, I would assume you haven't like started touching things.
I haven't touched anything yet.
Through the little peek you have, you can just see, because you've been in his room before, briefly. You see his little dresser and his gigantic bed, and on his dresser you see a couple of little bowls that seem to have some sort of items in it. But that's all you can really make out from there, from the little peek through the window. But there is one window that is available from outside.
Can I go look for a rock to throw out the window?
Yeah. Let's say with your perception check, as you're kind of walking out, you spotted a stone closer to the path, so you could go back over, pick that up.
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay. And you want to try and throw that to break through the window?
Yes.
Okay. Roll a dexterity, or roll a d20 plus your dexterity.
Well, my dexterity is
Plus 4, so that's a 19. So you throw the rock. I mean, it's a window right in front of you, so if you miss this, you're just losing your own shit. You throw the rock, and it hits that same force field that seems to be guarding the place, but this time it punctures through, and you hear like a as the whatever barrier it was. And Hrudal, as you swing your flail, roll for damage.
You're muted.
How would you feel about me using my inspiration for advantage on the damage roll?
You do you, boo.
I'm mad, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it didn't roll with advantage, I think.
No, roll one more time.
Okay. I got...
6.
Oh, never mind. Yeah.
Okay, so you, being frustrated, as you're swinging your flail, you see this little rush of like white, like lightly orangish magic kind of go from the top of the door down, and you're already mid-swing, like you're furious. So this time it connects, and your flail busts through the top of the door, opening probably like a foot-wide hole, with just like as it's ripping apart the wood. And you hear like a slight hissing from inside the room. And on the other side, Pang, you threw your rock. As it made contact, it broke the barrier. The barrier itself, the impact slowed the rock down, so it hit the window and cracked the glass, but then just tumbled down, as if it just had penetrated the barrier, but hadn't really had enough momentum past that to break through the glass.
I'm gonna throw it again.
So you then reach up, and at this point, you touch the window, no longer a barrier, pick up the rock, and chuck it again. Roll a d20 plus your dexterity again.
Oh shit!
Oh yikes!
So as this happens, you throw it into there, and it hits the center stud of the window, the little frame that keeps it all in place. It breaks through the glass and ricochets off that little stud, and it goes right through and lodges itself into the hole of the door that Hrudol is just reeling back from. So you just see this on your guys' side, a seemingly a boulder just right into the hole itself, and the window doesn't break all too much with that. There's just a hole right where the boulder went through. It didn't shatter it all the way.
Can I yell sorry?
He yells sorry, and you guys just can hear a very faint sorry through the door.
Oh Jesus!
At this point,
I'm just gonna walk inside.
you turn around and walk inside. So as you guys are kind of reeling from it, you notice now the shield's gone. So I don't know if you want to try the doorknob or if you're just mad and want to break open the door.
I'm just mad.
Okay. So you're gonna swing your flail, or do you want to take like your feet or something to it?
Can I try and like shoulder into the door, like
Yep.
walk back like 10 steps and then like sprint into the door?
Roll a
I'm gonna
strength
run into
check
the
for
door
me.
With him.
Ooh,
You're-
wait. Yeah, if Tud's running into the door too, how do we roll it?
You roll with advantage because you're leading it.
10.
All right. So as you run into it, so you're running like full speed. Tud's right there, pushing behind you. The door being kind of broken from your flail, it kind of caves in on you. So your shoulder kind of pokes through that hole, and the door is kind of gripped on it, and you kind of slide to the ground. And Tud kind of pushes you down a little bit, but it's nothing crazy. The door is now open, and you now see the bedroom for Holman, which you can see is adorned by his kind of favorite color. It's like this nice cobalt. You can see his bed hadn't been touched yet. And speaking of, this is just kind of the basic. You do see a dresser or anything. So now what? As you're reeling,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just said as you're reeling from that kind of tumble.
Real quick question for you. The inspiration that I used was from the end of the last session.
Yep.
So did you say I have?
You have.
Was it a
from-
random roll
I deem
advantage?
if something is serious enough, and you'll have it
Okay.
throughout tonight.
Okay, cool. I was just curious how that works.
Yep.
I'm going to look through the room and see what I can find.
Okay. Roll investigation for me.
Okay.
Help.
Okay,
11,
so Eleanor's
13
helping you.
total. Oh, so roll again just to see. That wasn't better. That's a 6.
So
So
Hrudol's
13 it is.
Hrudol's kind of fuming. He's kind of looking around, but he's like he's looking for something obvious, right? So he's like opening the dresser, seeing clothes, opening. There's like a little place where he had like a couple of books. He's like thumbing through the books really aggressively, chucking them on the ground, opening the mattress. He's not really picking up anything. You do find though a little tray that used to house like incense. And that sizzle sound you've been hearing from there, the stick itself seems to have burnt all the way out. Little faint trail of smoke coming from it, but a very loud coming from that piece. But you kind of pass over it as you're searching through everything else, seemingly not finding anything. Eleanor kind of supervising behind, but it's kind of hard with how you're rampaging through the room, trying to find something that's very obvious.
Can I take the incense holder?
Yeah. As you pick it up, you're not one who really picks up on anything too much, but you do feel a sense of magic coming from the incense holder and the incense itself. The smell is that of like a very, very fine. It smells like a very fine wood shop. Like it's just got this very wooden smell as you're picking it up. Very
Nice.
ornate though. This does not seem cheap. Incense are not something that come by often, and you know that throughout your time, Holman definitely made sure that this place smelled decent. But this seems far more fancy than the normal way he would kind of spruce up this place.
Okay. By chance, do I find like any of his old trophies, or were those like gone?
A lot of the trophies he kept out there. There was a couple in here, but they're just like medals for getting a knockdown in there. There's nothing really personal throughout here that you are finding right now as you're kind of scrambling through. I would say just by proxy, because Eleanor was helping you, you've been rampaging through it. Eleanor, as you kind of move the bed, you do notice there in the little nightstand next to him, on top there was a couple of little books kind of smashed together, and as you kind of like shifted them aside looking around, Eleanor kind of picks up a little tiny book, and I say tiny, but more tiny for Holman. I mean, this is probably a modestly sized book, but you pick it up because a lot of the other ones were much larger for his large hands. You pick it up and there's a couple of pages, but do any of you speak Undercommon?
I'm gonna take the book in anyway.
I don't.
And do you say anything? Because you just found this book as Harudal is still rampaging through the room. Now, carefully holding an incense holder.
I'm holding it like a small child.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, Rudolph, is this what you're looking for?
I would say, Harudal, you probably turn around and acknowledge it as you're kind of scrambling around. You see the book, which looks a little bit more worn.
I feel like my character is still just so furious. Like, I turn around and look and just kind of nod, but I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
I take the book in anyway because I feel like it might be important.
All right. So you take
And
it.
also, I'm really curious as to what it says, but I don't speak Undercommon, so.
Okay.
Can I go in there and see if there is anything that I see that I think would be important that I wanted to take from there?
So you could come back through, but they've already done an investigation and kind of scrambled the room. So I'd say we can do one more investigation, but because of the mess that Harudal and them have made searching through, you would have to roll with disadvantage, and this would be the last time, and no one can aid you with it.
Investigation?
Yep. Should be on your skills tab.
Yeah, it's
And then you can just drag the dice total at the right side out over to the menu. Nice. 17 plus investigation.
it's just 0.
Oh, shit.
Yikes.
Okay. All right. So you kind of are coming through. You're coming through all the stuff, but you're not really seeing all too much. You're kind of picking through all the details, but again, Harudal has thrown all the clothes out. The drawers are open. Some of the things are kind of thumbed through really, really fast. The books are kind of disorganized, and you're not really picking up all too much. Although, as you guys are all kind of turning around and kind of giving up, I would say you've kind of torn this whole room apart. As you turn around by the door as it opened, because the door opens to the wall here, as this room is kind of one of the outer stretch pieces, you do see the jacket that he used to wear, especially in like the winter times. You see the jacket itself, and for the first time, because you always just knew him to wear it, but like the first time you've noticed this little like piece that is kind of sewn to the edge of it, and you see a large, like very well embroidered C on it, and just knowing the name Kara, you kind of correlate the basic of that C might be important, or it might just be a place that makes clothing. But seeing that, I would say, Harudal, you probably picked that up because it seems like the thing you're looking for.
Okay.
It actually, surprisingly, not saying you would wear this, the size of it and the size of you it would fit like a baggy hoodie, or like not hoodie, but like weather jacket for you. So like a leather
I'm taking
piece.
it.
That
is now my hoodie.
Okay. So you can just put it down as Holman's hoodie in your inventory. If you can add a custom item. If not, just put it as a note and I'll add it in later.
I don't know how to do. Oh, put it as a note. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
It's nothing that
Gotcha.
really adds anything that you know of. If someone wanted to call or roll, I don't think anybody has that spell yet, actually. To be able to determine an item, but through that,
Wait.
What was that?
Hang on.
Identify. There you go.
Where is it? Oh, I guess not. That's a very rogue thing, though.
Can I go look through my own stuff? Just make sure that I can grab anything that I'm gonna take with me.
Yeah, you can go to your room and then roll. You can go in there and roll investigation. You do see that your rooms are all seemingly kind of boxed. They were kind of getting done with the left side. I'd say Hrudal's and Tud's room is mostly untouched. Like they were confused as to what's going on in there. Naki's room is fully packed up in the boxes, and your room was just starting to be worked on.
Ooh, 17.
As you dig around, you do find a few different items, kind of miscellaneous. You find another set of robes that you forgot while you're getting ready, that you would normally wear. You do find a couple of like prototypes for your claws that you and Holman had worked together on. They're not working or active. You'd have to go back in and have those fully removed out of your claws to swap them out. But these ones don't have active enchantments that you know of. They might. You would need to have someone do identify on them just to see if there was anything. But you know that Holman kind of curated the better ones for you. As you're kind of looking through, you do find your smaller staff from when you were a kid. So you do find like it would probably at this size it'd be more akin to like a stick than a quarterstaff. It's like a quarterstaff, but built for someone who is 2 to 4 feet tall. It's
like an Eskrima stick.
I guess you could say that. It kind of has the same form factor. It is a quarterstaff, but for that smaller stature. If you do take it,
quarterstaff.
Yeah, it is much more narrow and definitely well worn. You use this one way more in training, and you've had to go through a couple of other quarterstaffs since then. But you do get that memory when you see that of training with Holman, as everything's all fresh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab everything.
Okay,
I have a bag, right?
Yeah, you got your backpack. So you've got you grabbed a couple of other claws. You grab your backpack or extra pair of clothes. And you grab that older quarterstaff. Anybody else searching through their belongings as they go through?
Yeah,
or?
I'm gonna go through my room.
Sure.
Tud, you find actually roll investigation. Let's see what you do. That's surprising. Tud goes into his room and starts kind of looking around.
13.
As he starts looking around here, again, make sure people are calling that out. As you're kind of digging around through the room, as you're walking through, you do notice that your mushrooms are undisturbed, but you don't really know what those mushrooms do. So if you wanted to take any of those, you're good. Your clothes, you had a knack throughout your entire life of wearing clothes until they died. So you have all of the clothing that you had on your back. You would just wear them. You would jump into a bath with them when it was bath time. And that was just how it do. You didn't really have other options. You didn't, even though you had the luxuries of your own bathtubs to go and clean on a regular basis, you had one set of clothing, but you do have some unidentified. You have like a bluish mushroom and one that's like more of like a purplish mushroom if you wanted to take any of those with you.
I'm taking everything I can find.
Okay, so I would say you have one
Because I keep
medium-sized.
everything I can find.
You have one medium-sized blue mushroom and one small purple mushroom.
I would like to go into my room as well. I believe I probably have everything that I need, but just to double check.
Yeah, roll your investigation.
That's a 16.
Okay, so as you get into your room, yours was the first one cleaned out. You saw them rolling your bear rug out as you were walking out. So your room is completely empty. But as you kind of notice that, you then turn to the boxes and everything in front of you. The couple of boxes are fully sealed shut, so they have nails down. The crates are being ready to shipped off or whatever they're going to do with this stuff. Your investigation does notice that your bear rug is in complete pristine condition, but it is a very large bear that you had killed many years ago and is a very large piece that you would need to carry with you. I would say that's easily 80 pounds of bear hide. Welcome to take it. You could take the head piece off if you want to. You could do something crude right now if you're feeling like it. Or if you want to, if you have the tools, or you can take, I don't know if you have a blade on you. You would need to have some sort of tool to crack open that crate.
I would like to kind of cut the bear head off.
Okay.
And fashion it as almost like kind of a makeshift helmet.
You have a flail, so
yeah.
If you want to try with that, you could. Eleanor seemingly is watching you, trying to help.
What's my dagger?
Yeah. Will you come help?
I don't know. You should ask.
Hey, Eleanor.
Yeah.
Could you give me a hand here, please?
I was wondering when you were gonna ask.
That's all I say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hear them talking.
I'll go
towards that room.
Okay.
Go
Tud
over
walks
and
out.
help.
He doesn't really have a backpack. Tud probably has like 2 pockets, and that's kind of all he's got on him. And you can see one pocket just has a little bit of stuff in it, and the other pocket has a bulbous mushroom kind of coming out. And he comes out and he just walks up to you guys. Eleanor walks over. Are you going to start doing what he's asking? Because he didn't really ask. Or are you just going to hand him a blade? Or what he needs?
I'm going to open the crate for him because I can kind of deduce what he was trying to do.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you have a crowbar.
I'm pretty sure I do. Let me check. I do.
Okay.
I have a crowbar.
Roll a strength check. I would say Hrudal is probably trying to help, even if you were kind of coming over to do it for him and be nice and help out. But you have advantage because 2 of you are attempting. Oof. You are.
That's an 11.
Yeah, you are kind of pushing down on the crowbar. Rudolph's pushing, but it's kind of awkward. It's not really like it's not meant to be 2 people pushing down on this the way you guys are doing it. You are able to get it like ripped up and kind of open, but as you do it kind of creaks the other side to be very hard to attempt again. So you've got this kind of awkward angle into this big crate. So part of it's kind of ripped up, but without maybe like more destructive, which might be more damaging to the stuff inside attempt. You've just got a very, I'd say, arms ability to kind of reach in there. Because of the investigation that Hrudal had earlier, you can see from this one, it's more of like a collection of old bolts and things you used before you turned it into the blunderbow. You do find one other little pouch of scrap, so you can add that to your inventory. Or put it on your notes. You have another pouch of scrap or another piece of ammo for your blunderbow that you do find as you're digging through there. You do find a small pendant. It's just like this silvery pendant that you had. You don't remember the significance. It's so far and gone in your back of your mind. But there is just a simple silver pendant in there. If you want to take.
Yeah, I'll take that too. After we open this box, I'm gonna turn to Eleanor and say, "Thank you. Can you help me cut this bear skin?"
I'll help you.
Okay. So are you gonna you're gonna give him the knife, or are you gonna cut it for him?
I'll give him the knife.
Okay, so you now have her dagger. If you want to roll, I would say with this, would probably be animal handling or survival, as this is like dealing with like hides and other things. So whichever you feel is better.
That's a 19.
Despite your anger and everything that's going on right now, you're able to hone it in, and you're really caring about it. You kind of cut with the blade. It's actually keeping it well sharp too, because you're not just jabbing it in and pulling. You're actually cutting slowly and methodically. And I'd say you get a pretty clean cut of the actual head piece of the bear. Again, this was used mostly as a rug, so the shape is kind of long gone of years of walking on it.
Yeah.
But you could use it as like a simple drape, or if you took it to like a proper like a shop, you could probably get that form kind of back. But I'd say right now it would be a very droopy hood, and look very silly. Like, I mean, you've probably walked on the snout that you are now putting on your head hundreds of times, so the shape is very gone.
Okay. I'll just roll it up and put it inside my backpack.
Okay. I would say altogether the stuff that you picked up probably add another 5 pounds to your capacity where you're at.
Wait,
Okay.
Harudal, you don't want that? I'll wear it.
Don't want what, Tud?
The skin. I want it. I'll wear it.
The rest of it, and I just kind of gesture to the floor where the rest of the bear skin rug is.
Yeah.
Be my guest, Tud.
I'm gonna pick it up and tie it together around my neck like a cape.
Okay. Roll a strength check.
No.
I'm just gonna look at him like a doting bigger sister.
rolled a
It's actually
10.
really adorable.
So he picks it up, and this is a heavy rug, like almost a good 100 pounds. He picks it up, and he's struggling, but he's able to tie it around his neck. But immediately the moment he lets go with his arms, you can see his posture kind of sink back as it's dragging behind him. You can add the rest of the bear now. So I'd say bear rug, and then in parentheses fashioned cape. It doesn't really have any properties except for the fact that you have disadvantage on stealth checks and disadvantage on athletics and acrobatics checks, and minus 10 movement in a given turn.
No.
Man, all these notes I gotta write down now.
Just put in big bold letters. Disadvantage. Really?
On everything.
When in
Disadvantage on
doubt,
what?
disadvantage
Acrobatics and
out.
It was acrobatics, stealth, and athletics.
Yep.
Right?
And actually, even sleight of hand as well, I would probably say. Any sort of like quick movement.
He's like, eh.
And I would even also say, because of how it's exhausting you and the angle, because of how heavy it is around your neck, I would even say you have disadvantage on dexterity checks as well. So, like, it's just a very heavy
Just
item.
hindering. Don't worry, Tud. You look like royalty.
Thanks.
As he says thanks, it's kind of pressing up against his Adam's apple. So you hear thanks. So that's what's going on right there. What are the rest of you doing?
I want to
I'd
look
say-
at my room.
You're still tied up for a second, Eleanor. You've been helping over there. We'll give you a second here in just in a moment.
Mind if I go? Mind if I go look through the kitchen?
Yeah, as you go to the kitchen, before you were even able to really fully investigate, you open the door, and it's the smell of overwhelmingly molded and disgusting food.
Oh shit!
The smell is so much that without like some sort of, I would say, constitution check to walk in, I would say you turn back around as if it is almost a waste walking in there.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
So you guys are, as you guys are kind of panning through your rooms, you guys see Pang turn around with his especially for him, his insane, like his animal sense just overwhelmed.
My hair's on end.
Yeah, his face doesn't change because he's grumpy cat, so he just looks kind of pissed off anyways. He's got resting bitch face, but he is very avidly covering his nose, trying to look away.
I'm just all fuck this shit. I'm out.
What about you, Varian? What are you up to?
I'd say from the get-go, when we got back to our place, I would have gone straight to my room and just started training. I'd say Varian's mentality at this point is he just felt too weak and he wants to get stronger. So it's just going to be training, essentially.
Okay, just for the sake of it, roll 3 attacks, and let's just see what you do there.
Like with my sword?
Yeah, just roll like you're attacking. You're attacking the dummy. The dummy's still in there. So as you're in there, you have your own personal dummy that you've had over the years.
8, 11, and 6.
Oof.
Not doing so hot.
So just because you're still, you feel like you failed, even though you want. You know what I mean? Like you have this immense sense of guilt, despite the fact that this person was way out of your league and there was nothing you could have done at that given time. But you're very frustrated. You're hitting the dummy because it's hard for you to really miss. The only problem is on that last strike, your blades is semi-embedded as it punctures through into the wall, and you kind of drop to the ground, feeling even worse now that you've lost your form. You were feeling it earlier today when you took down a couple of those skull breakers, but as far as dealing with it right now, you're probably slumped down, feeling very defeated in your room right now. And the rest of you, Pang, as you turn around, you had a very decent look into his room as you're walking out. You hear like the, and then you hear like just a kind of desperate crumble to the ground from Varian's room, which kind of has you taken aback, to be honest. Varian is not the kind of person who ever shares this type of emotion. Naki, what are you up to?
I'm just watching all of them do shit because I'm just sad.
Yeah, for the first time ever, you guys don't have like an ongoing. It's almost like a sitcom, right? There's always some form of music or something to drive going forward.
Yeah,
Naki,
or usually I'm talking and interrupting people and I'm not doing anything.
Naki, and on top of that, between that and then whatever she was going through in her dreams, she seems distant. Like her eye contact on everything, she's not even really watching the normal way she would be. She just seems like looking like she's lost. It'd probably be the best way I would be able to equate that. Her loot is slumped over her shoulder, her backpack on the other arm are kind of held together and just kind of slumped over, looking defeated. Definitely not her peppy self. Eleanor, you then finish up your business there. You hear the stuff going on in Varian's room, and you hear the defeated kind of crumble to the ground. As you're about to get to your boxes, you hear all that going on in there.
I'm gonna walk into his room. Like I'm assuming he's on his knees on the ground, right?
He would. I don't know what pose you would be in, Varian.
Or like just like a.
Your sword's still stuck in the dummy, but I would maybe kneeling down, or face in hand, just looking very
defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna walk in and kind of like, pat him on like the shoulder.
Roll a charisma check. What was that? Was a 10?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah. So it's hard with Varian for you. You've tried. You were definitely one of the hands and as to how he trained so well with blades, despite the fact that you don't really like, you know blades, but you're way more about getting behind a target than you are about directly confronting it. But
Right.
it's always hard with him. You just can never grasp what's going on. You try, and I would say it still gives a warm feeling for Varian of compassion, but it definitely isn't as a big of a boost as he'd like. I wouldn't.
Right.
I would say Varian, you probably feel it as her caring, but like you still feel responsible. Like this was your fault in your mind. And
Oh, hey there. Yeah, I was just tying my shoe.
yeah, he would probably get up, acting very, very obviously lying. Getting up again, he keeping himself. I would say you probably go and get ready to pull your blade out to try and put it away.
Just need some energy.
When
Something
he
to
gets
eat.
up, I'm just gonna like take my hand off his shoulder and like walk to my room.
Okay, so you walk back out. You turn back around and you go to your room. Yours was also fully cleared out. So you open your room and all you see is a empty bed, no sheets on it, and empty tables. And you see the containers at the front, just like Hrudal's.
Okay, can I go try and open those?
Yeah. Roll a strength check. Wow.
20, 22.
So as you pry that, you put the thing, and you're feeling frustrated because you feel like you feel responsible for the morale. You were upset about Holman's death, but you don't feel as it was your fault. You feel compassion for everyone else who's here feeling defeated, and you kind of let it out for once. I'd say with like a bit of a roar in your own voice. You just ugh! And the top goes flying over. And I'd say Hrudal notices after struggling with his and probably gives you like a nod or something like that. But the top goes over and you can see inside. And inside you actually find another short sword that you hadn't brought out because you liked your other one more. I'm going to drag a short sword over into your inventory here.
Please. I need weapon.
I need tools.
I need the stabby stabs.
There you go.
Thank
This
you.
one isn't as nice as your last one. The last one you had actually worked and crafted yourself. This is more of a bog standard one that you'd used a while ago. So it's seen some battle. In fact, I would say on any sort of damage, it has like a -2 to the damage because of how dull and beaten the blade is. So anything you roll would be a little bit lower than what it is. You need to have that serviced somewhere. But you do want to keep it because it is something that is semi-sentimental to you. It is something that you used for a long time and just naturally were upgrading past and didn't really think about it at the time. But now that you are really starting to wrap yourself on your past, you almost are better. You feel better using this than you did with your newer, nicer blade. But it still fits in the sheath that you have. But you would need to either attend to it, maybe even have Varian look at it one day. He is a bit more adept on that kind of stuff, but this one needs a lot of work.
Okay.
Other than that, you just see a couple of old like robes and things that you've worn. A bit of old product you had. There's the little bits and pieces of like war paint that you've used in the past and other things. But most of it's like used well down to the end of the bottle. Nothing else significant, honestly. You find you find your old diary where you used to just kind of vent about your father. But because of everything that happened today, you care so little that the desire to pick that up is, unless you really wanted to hold on to that old mentality, you're like, ugh.
Yeah, no. I think finding my short sword is like pretty big in itself. I think that'll be enough.
Okay. As you all kind of gather yourself and start to move, Marcus is still just kind of nervously pacing back at the front. Are you guys about ready to go? I don't know if we're supposed to be back here. I really don't want the alumni to think we're doing anything bad. I was supposed to get you guys off the property.
Just a moment. I'm gonna go where I usually lay down. I'm just gonna go carve in the date that we became the champions of the arena.
Ooh, what would that be for the ability to do that? Do you have a dagger on you?
My claws.
Oh, your claws. Okay. I would say, yeah, you use this dexterity because it's probably the best.
Dexterity.
Yeah. Wow.
That 20.
You write it and
carved masterpiece.
you don't write that often, but you've always had good handwriting. But this looks like calligraphy. You kind of etch it into the fireplace itself is like a stone fireplace, and your claws are sharp enough to kind of embed into there. And you write in this really fancy, ornate writing. You write the date. I don't have the exact date on me because I don't really use a calendar in D&D that often, but you do write the day of it and the significance. And as you're doing that, a thought comes to mind. You guys haven't come up with a name for your group ever. Holman had kind of prodigy at the beginning of it. And for the first time ever, you actually have a bit of a morale boost. You feel good thinking of, oh shit, that's something that we should have figured out for Holman. And you feel the need to bring that up to the party as you're finishing up the date.
Guys, we've never really thought of a name for our group. We've just always been with Holman, but we kind of need something to keep us together.
I would say Eleanor, I would say Varian also catches that as a very big thought. Tud as well, but Tud is just kind of there for the party. Rudol, you also feel very influenced about that. You all are getting that conversation you had at the beginning of the as you were entering your Harkin. You remember Holman going, we never really we didn't really have a name. You guys have any ideas? And then everybody was like, I don't know. But now you're replaying that scene in the back of your head and feeling a lot of regret for not giving him your all in that simple question. So you all have that desire to come up with something. You're all stewing over it though. You all feel like you can't come up with anything cool. Naki, the best I could describe your input on this situation, you feel distant. You feel like they're at the end of a hallway as they're talking. And with that, seeing as nobody's kind of catching on anything, Marcus is like, we really need to hurry up, guys. I don't know what's taking you guys all so long. We gotta go. I'm sorry. I know this is a tough day for you guys. I don't want them to catch us because I don't want you guys to be in trouble or anything after what happened today either.
Quick question. Did Holman have like a family name?
Not that you know of and not that anything is shown.
Leave Todd and his friends alone.
Roll intimidation for me there, Ted. And with disadvantage, because he just saw you awkwardly slump back with your cape.
But he looks like royalty. The guy should obey.
So leave Tud and his friends alone. As you're kind of held back, despite how skitterish this guy seems, he does not feel like you're at all scary with how you're standing there. He then pans immediately from you back to Eleanor and Rudolph, who seem to be the kind of figureheads right now, and looks at you with like that urgency still, as if you said nothing.
Before we leave, are there any trophies out in the main room that we're in? Any of Holman's trophies, I should specify.
You actually see a head of a creature that none of you guys really recognize. It's been there for so long that you don't really pay attention to it. Even you, Eleanor. This looks very important. It looks like something you might have brought up, but like it's just such an old conversation. But it is the head of a very I can't really put the word on it. The creature looks very it looks more reptilian, and the tongue is extended. It might be you're not picking up on it unless you want to do a check. You could see what it is.
I do.
So is it a very large head then? Like it would be hard to carry?
It's probably like a decent size, but it is something that was fashioned into a trophy.
Would it be investigation or perception?
At this point, it would probably be probably history or survival would probably be what I would check.
Okay. I know nothing. 7.
It's a lizard head on a wall, my dude.
Nice head, bro.
Also, really quick, just want to shout out. Thank you for the raid there with from Shadow Man. Much appreciated, my dude. Hope you guys had a good stream.
Hey, Shadow.
But yeah, it's just a big lizard head to you.
Can I give it a shot?
I would say we can give one more person a shot, but it would be a history or survival check.
Can I assist him with it?
Yep. Roll with advantage.
I'm gonna do it off of survival.
Okay.
Just a sec. Oh shit, wrong thing. Advantage. Okay.
Ew.
Okay.
You know it's a very rare creature here. Let me pull it up here. Sorry, I had it written down somewhere.
Okay.
Have a name, possibly, when you're done.
As you look at it, it actually appears to be a fern lizard, looks like a lot of the stuff has been trimmed. So these tend to be in like natural environments, but they've been brought in. Again, they brought all sorts of creatures in here, but most of the people, when they get to the troop leader point, they tend to be someone who is well versed in combat. But they had to have surmounted a beast, which is also one of those things that he trained with some of you. That's why Hrudal slaying a bear. It was a simple bear, which again, looking at it from our perspective, a bear seems like a feat, but a bear in this world is tough, not impossible. And it was more of like a younger adult than it was a full size. But the fern lizard is a very large piece, but it uses camouflage to its own advantage. So, its piece, again, kind of the things that make it look like itself, have been ornately trimmed. But it is a fairly large headpiece. I don't know if anybody's tried to pick it up, but you do identify it as a fern lizard.
Okay, it's a fern lizard, guys.
As far as everything else, though, Hrudal, when you're looking for the trophies, the rest of them, again, are just like they had these like simple trophies they would give to you guys for doing certain tasks, but there's nothing that's really catching your attention. In fact, the one that was probably the most identifiable broke earlier this morning.
Are there any that have Holman's name on it?
There's many. I'd say there's probably multiple like arena date trophies, victory, good performance trophy. Again, these are all just like general blade inside of a stone looking trophies made out of like cheap metals, just to kind of keep you guys entertained.
But they just say Holman.
Can I grab the coolest looking one, and I'm going to put it in my backpack?
Yeah, you can grab one of them. I'd say they all look very similar, but you see one that identified that he had 4 confirmed kills in a match, and having that idea, again, he's done more, but that's the one that you can see here. You pick that one up and put it in your backpack.
Okay.
Can I try taking the fern lizard trophy with me? Just to put this in perspective, this is about a 3 to 4 foot wide plaque, and then the lizard itself is probably, I'd say at full width, is probably about 6 feet wide. You could try to pick it up and test how heavy it is first.
All right, never mind then.
You can definitely admire it. You definitely, like, as you're kind of looking at it and thinking about picking it up, you're starting to realize the significance. That thing was huge.
Yeah. Can I? Never mind.
You're good.
That's it. I'm just gonna kind of.
I would say you kind of like step back from the mantle. Like, you're proud that you know what it is, and after finally looking at it, you can kind of tell the danger, but it looks like way too much to pack for. I mean, especially you've brought like a small little rucksack at best. You don't carry much as a monk, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Eleanor, as you were kind of going back to like your drawing on the stone, Eleanor had an idea.
Yes. So, like a little bit after he, mentions the whole name thing, and I'm just gonna yell out, "Heroes of Holman,"
Ooh.
and then kind of like look around the room at everybody else to see what their thoughts are.
I like it.
Pull out my sword.
I just like nod at her and like smile a little bit, but not a lot.
Tud smiles, but you just hear like a. Naki, can I have you roll a wisdom check or save for me? Anything, you're muted right now?
Yeah. Okay, sorry. You said wisdom?
A wisdom saving throw.
Where is that?
It should be on the right side of the main page on your character sheet.
Oh, ha 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 ha.
Oof. So as this happens,
I got an 8, by the way.
I see that. As you guys see, Naki, who's been kind of like just out of body. As it happens, you guys see a trickle of electricity kind of ripple down both of her arms, and the anger that she's felt after what happened to Holman kind of seems to have hit an apex because someone brought up his name, and with that, she casts. She's fairly close to all of you guys. Not on her own fault. She then casts Thunderwave right in front of all of you guys.
Jesus.
Okay.
Is that a save that we have to roll?
Yeah, you guys need to roll a con save.
Oh, I dragged my whole sheet instead of dragging the dice.
Nice.
That's a 9.
Hey.
Good shit, Tud.
Tud's immovable, man.
Tank. At 20.
So what do we have?
Let's go, Toad.
9, 22, 14, 24.
Oh no.
But I'm still using it.
9. Oh no.
Poor Hordal and Eleanor.
Okay, so
Oh, no.
she's not controlling this like normal. So normally with Thunderwave, it would be this huge, like purposefully devastating, but it seemed like a pulse of anger. It hits the ground, and more than anything, it ripples to the ground, but it then shoots you guys out. Some of you guys hold your own just fine. Varian, being happy about the coming of the name, holds his own. Paying as well, holds himself as it kind of goes down. Tud, because of the cloak he has, is just stuck there, seemingly unmovable, but it doesn't seem like it's entirely on purpose. With that, Rudol and Eleanor are kind of caught off guard by it and actually get flung back 5 feet. Not as far as what it normally would be had she cast this at you. And you guys take 2 damage or 2 lightning damage as you guys get sent back. And those of you who did save, you take 1. With that, Naki, for the first time since everything happened, it's like a crack and you feel like you're back in the room. You're no longer feeling distant. you are now aware that you can cast the Thunderwave spell. And with that, you feel, because of hearing Holman's name and you heard the conversation of them deciding that, you feel back. You feel a little bit of your positive energy return. In fact, you see her smile, even though she just hurt you guys. You see her smile for the first time, which, despite the pain you're going through, for some of you, you're just kind of happy she's happy again. I
want to like run over to her and like give her a hug, but like, you know, one of those like picking up and like twirling hugs things.
Yeah. You run over. Do you struggle at all, Naki, or do you?
No, I don't. Well, because I'm like excited. So, can I roleplay now?
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. Like, guys, did you see that? And then I see some of the ones that are like on the floor, and I'm like, what happened?
It's okay. Don't worry. You did great. I just pat her, like,
did you see
swinging
that?
her around.
Eleanor, did you see that?
I did. That was really cool.
It was so shiny and pretty.
It was.
Pang, after kind of saving himself, then writes Heroes of Holman in the wall with this very ornate curvature, very, very highly crafted writing. Like, we're talking, if you were to be someone who would work on documents, you'd probably be paid very well for your work based off of this alone. Everybody, I would say you've all very well acknowledged it. It looks very well done, and that is not getting taken out unless they rip out the stone and completely redo the mantelpiece.
I'm up back and be like, well done.
I would say, Naki, too, you probably have the urge to play your lute and stuff again and kind of go back to your musical self.
Okay, cool. Can I play the flute then?
I just noticed in my inventory, or where is it? My proficiencies is pan flute as well.
You are proficient with these various instruments because they used to have you guys play before. You do not know where those are. You do not have them like you used to. They used to have you guys play when you guys were younger in the stadium, but you guys have since graduated from that, and a lot of those instruments were kind of recycled around. Naki, being that's her main focus, kept her 2 instruments, but the rest of you have since returned them back to the Arena Varos. With that, she pulls out her flute recorder looking thing. It is this ornate little wooden trinket.
Did Holman make it for me?
Yeah, I'd say he carved it for you at one point. Regretted immensely. Very much regretted what this instrument would produce. He did not realize when he would blow into it that the high-pitched, screechy notes would come from it. But
can I just whistle along?
I would say you guys are all taken aback by the fact that the performance went from being a very terrible Jurassic Park theme more towards like a actual like chippy tune that feels good. Marcus is a little annoyed with it, but nobody cares what he thinks right now.
Yeah,
he's still here.
He's waiting. He's kind of looking around, and then as that happens, he's like, guys, the alumni are coming. We need to go.
I just roll my eyes and be like, okay, guys, let's go.
You do not want to get in their way. And as you guys all kind of pack up, everybody ready? You guys are all starting to like grab your stuff.
Yeah.
As you guys are all starting to go, you guys spent a good, almost a good hour in here. You guys are walking out. It's now, we're talking early fall is when this is all going down. So it's a little darker than it normally is about this time than what you're used to after the last few months of summer. And as you walk outside, it's getting darker. It's still a clear day. But as you walk, you see these gentlemen, robes in hand, arms crossed, walking towards your place of living. And as you're starting to pass them, they're ornate black masks that, again, have these like lion faces on them. The eye holes have pure white eyes on the other side that are glowing. You can see the light finally emanating from them, unlike you did before. You've seen these guys in the crowd, but they were so far away. But as you pass, I would say, anybody want to roll a perception check?
I'll
roll one too.
perceptions.
I'm gonna look around as well.
Okay, I'd say one of you just roll with advantage.
I'll roll again.
Okay. So,
Ayo, 20.
so
Nice.
as you pass by, you notice that they're both female. You've never, well, a lot of the prestigious magic schools around Glydian are mostly male, but the alumni, as you're kind of connecting the dots, you can tell the bust more than anything, the shape of the body. They're both female, and you're now starting to connect the dots that you've never seen a male part of the alumni. As you're kind of staring, because I mean, you're really looking, based off of how well you did. A voice comes into your head, and you just hear, "Mind your own business." And as they pass by, they continue to walk towards your house. And as it's starting to really click that it's dark, you hear, and you see these orbs of light start to follow them, and you see them go into your house. And the door shuts behind them as they go into your old cottage.
A yell behind me. No need to be rude.
Roll an intimidation check for me.
I freaking will. Rude ladies.
Can I assist? I'm very mad. Can I assist?
You both yell back. Yeah. Roll with advantage.
Okay, because I have a 0 intimidation.
Would you? Oh, never mind. You already rolled.
Oh snap! 18 on both.
Okay. So you yell back very menacingly back towards them. The door pops open, and one of the figures comes back out. And this time you hear their footsteps, because before you didn't hear it at all. You hear as it comes up to you, and Marcus very quickly shifts from the front of the pack back to the back, and he's like, "I'm so sorry. They're mourning the loss of their leader, and and as that happens, you see a little sigil kind of form in front of the hands, and the voice of Marcus kind of hushes to a whisper and then nothing, and his mouth is still moving, and the figure then pops off its mask, and as it reveals itself, you see a very feminine, kind of bluish skin with white eyes. The race, I'm just pulling it up right here. Actually, I don't know if you guys would know. They're very, very delicate features, very well kept. Eyebrows and other things, but their eyebrows are completely silver, and the left eye has this deep scar that goes down across it, but the eye itself seemingly unaffected. The mouth doesn't move, but you all hear a voice. What was that word that you... What were you talking back to me with? I'm looking at you, young lady.
I said, no need to be rude.
As that happens, roll a... Let me pull it up really quick.
Oh shit, I'm in trouble, guys.
Sorry, I should have this on hand, but I didn't think this was going to happen, but I know what they have.
Oh no.
Kyle, off the top of your head, what's the spell they would use to control somebody?
Mind flail.
Dominate person.
Here we go. I need
Hey,
you
monster.
to take a. I need you to take. I think it's a con save.
Oh shit. 7.
So as this happens, another sigil forms in front of her, and this time her mouth opens. How about you show your friend Harudal here what it is to speak out against me? And you turn and you do an unarmed strike at Harudal.
Oh no.
Roll a strength check.
Oh no. Oh no.
Plays recorder flute angrily.
13.
I'm pretty sure your armor class is higher than that.
That does not hit.
So as she swings, Harudal, seeing her turn very suddenly, just does a quick dive. He knows that you're not doing this on purpose. And she then, as you can see her hands come from the robes themselves, and you see these ornate gloves with detailed like little nail pieces that are coming out, and you see just a little wave of her hand as Eleanor pulls her sword from her sheath, turns around and puts it to her own throat, and the figure, now talking with her own voice, goes, "If I were all of you, I would leave the premises before this becomes far more serious." Eleanor, you cannot speak still. You are just completely locked up.
Let her go.
I will. Are you guys going to leave?
Can
Yes,
I
we'll
gesture
go.
for us to like leave?
You can't move.
Shit.
Just stop whatever you're doing.
Guys, I just want to go. I don't want to be here anymore.
Alright. I'm waiting for one person's voice, and she stares deeply at Harudal.
I'm not talking.
Damn.
She then has Eleanor drop her sword and roll an unarmed attack at herself. Roll damage. It's just 1d4.
Sorry, Eleanor. I'm not talking.
Eleanor punches herself in the
Shit.
face really hard. You see a spit of blood kind of shoot out of her own mouth, and she kind of crumbles down. And she then makes herself kneel down before her and turn towards Harudal, arming her fist again. "Excuse me. I don't appreciate your inability to answer to your superior. If you would just apologize for your action, I could send you on your way."
I go up to Hudal and I'm like starting to freak out. And I say, "Dolly, look what they did! Let's go! Let's just get her and
I
go!"
slap my hand over her mouth as she's talking to me. It is not the day. I just palm her mouth so I don't hear it.
Okay. So you guys just hear,
And I'm not doing it like forcefully. Like it's just like boom.
do you say anything back? She's staring at you.
Fuck, dude.
I'm waiting.
Dude, I'm in a big yikes.
That's enough. We're leaving.
What do you
dude, I was
say to
about
your
draw this
superior, Harudal?
I already said that's enough. We're leaving.
Eleanor takes another attack at herself.
I draw my sword.
I'm. Can I just do a surprise pounce?
As this is all going down, you hear from the other stretch. Eleanor takes her other face. You guys are about to like go down. Varian arms himself.
I'm at 2 health, by the way.
The second punch.
I'm just crouching, ready to fucking jump.
Tud is trying to get himself prepared, but he's trying to pull his staff out from underneath his cloak. And right now he's got it armed. He feels like it's armed, but like right now, if he tried to swing it, he would fling his cape over himself. So he looks menacingly to himself, but to everyone else, it just looks like this semi-nightmare fuel of a character about to dunk on himself. Harudal is looking very menacingly, holding his mouth over Naki, and getting ready for what's about to happen. And you hear from a distance, "Hey! Okay." He runs up. You see Ammon rush to your aid, and he's like, okay. I know there's something going on here, but you all need to stop. We're all on the same side here. They're here doing an investigation, trying to find that motherfucker who ruined all of this, killed Holman. I know he's important to you, but they are the best hands that this is in. They require a lot of respect to do what they need to do." And as this happens, Eleanor, you feel yourself release from the magic, and the sigil that's currently in her palm disappears. And she patiently puts herself back together a little bit, knowing that she's a little out of her, like she's going a little far and above right now. I need all this to stop, okay? Rudolph, he puts his hand on your shoulder. I get it. I can't say I've been there, but I get it. Please just do a simple apology. It doesn't have to mean anything. Then you can go. Trust me, you do not want everyone here to suffer from them.
Can I like try to get him to let his hand off my mouth?
Oh, I already have at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
can I just
it was
run
just that moment. Sorry.
when they release Eleanor? Can I go and hug her?
Yeah, you rush over and she's punched herself real good. Like her bottom of her jaw's bruised and there's some blood coming from her mouth. She hit herself really hard.
Eleanor, are you okay?
Nope.
Can I use cure wounds on her?
Yeah.
Cool.
So while this is happening, you can roll the spell for it.
Okay.
But Ammon is currently holding your arm, and this is him going above and beyond. He's probably gonna get in trouble for this. Like, he's out of line. Her face shifted from you over to Ammon, and she does not look pleased.
I want to nod at him. Like, thanks.
Can I shrug his hand off of me
Yeah.
and reach down and help Eleanor up?
Yeah. You shrug his hand off of you, and he's a little frustrated because he's like, he gets it, but like he's just trying to help. And you pick up Eleanor, who's still reeling, even though Naki just cast cure wounds on you, which I'm assuming healed you almost back to full.
I heal. Yeah, 10.
As you kind of get back up, you're still dazed and you're still a little. You feel very intimidated by how much control she had over you almost instantly. And also that she just willingly let you go. Amand is like, he turns back from you, who he now kind of understands he's not going to get what he needs out of you. He turns and he looks over at the other figure. Look, they just went through a lot today. These kids grew up with that man that you guys are currently poking and prodding with whatever fucking spell books you have. But they don't know anything besides him and what he's done for them. Let them go. They're torn up. They're probably a bit angry, and they just want to bury their father or whatever he was to them. And what are you going to say, Rudolph?
Can I roll an insight check and see, is there any way that I can tell if this lady speaks Orcish?
Yeah, I'd say, maybe roll insight. Or...
I don't know.
Okay.
4.
Actually, I'm thinking that with this race, it'd probably be more history. You would need to know who they are, about their order more, to know if maybe that's part of their training. So I'll give you a history check, so you can re-roll just for history.
That's better. That's a 19.
Nice.
The alumni are kind of like the prestigious highest academy in all of Glydian. They tend to be very know-it-all-ish. You would assume that they have experience with common languages like Orcish, all the way up to more complex languages. But that might not stop you. You might still feel like she's a dumb bitch, but you do get the vibe that she would...
She is dope.
Okay, in Orcish, under my breath, I'm just going to say I'm not fucking sorry.
Okay. As you say...
Just enough under my breath that, as I'm helping Eleanor up, Eleanor might be able to hear it.
So, Eleanor, as you're getting picked up, you just hear him whisper. It's like something really, really vulgar, but it's very faint.
Vulgar enough to know that
Harudal, looking... are you looking at her, or are you looking at Eleanor?
I'm just locked eyes with Eleanor at this point. I just watched this lady beat the shit out of her. I'm trying to make sure Eleanor's okay as I'm helping her up.
Okay, as that happens, the rest of you see the figure who's looking at Amid shift over to Harudal, and her left eyebrow raises very high. And she's just like, let's just call this here. I have a feeling that you have a very low intelligence, and you're not worth my time. And if I were to interact with this, you would not leave this in anything besides a bag. She then turns. You hear the little clasp of her mask as she puts it back on, and she starts walking away.
I'm gonna flip her off. She's walking away.
As soon as she turns, I spit on the fucking ground, like right behind her. Just.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Not like super close to her, but just like fuck you.
I'm flipping her off like as she's walking away so that she doesn't see me do it.
Roll a stealth check.
I hope.
Oh shit!
Both of you.
Fuck this bitch.
Both of us.
Yeah, roll a
of
stealth
you.
check for me, please.
I think it. Wait, did it roll? It rolled mine at advantage. Do you want me
That was
to?
with disadvantage. The
re-roll?
dropped. Yeah, re-roll, please.
Okay.
Oh, mine didn't even register.
I don't know why it dropped 2. It's still dropping 2.
11.
I'm just gonna take the roll it gave.
Okay.
So you guys both are doing these things, but it's very inconspicuous. And the worst part about it is Ammon notices, and he goes, "Stop it!" And then she turns back around, and her hands extend from herself, so she opens it back up, and 2 sigils form in her hands, and you see blue fire emanate from both of them, and she levitates 5 feet off the ground, and she looks at you, and she casts thaumaturgy, or one of the other spells, to make her voice very booming and loud, and she goes, "Don't you fucking dare cross me! You do not know who you are in the presence of. You are all inferior, and you should have walked away minutes ago." All of you roll a con save.
12.
12, 12, 21, 3!
That's
Fuck Eleanor.
That's a nat one for me, guys.
Yikes.
I got it too. I got a nat one.
Oh no!
Oh no.
All of you,
Oh,
Six.
Varian got
all of
6.
you from the,
Damn.
Fuck.
Big oof.
all of
I'm
you,
the only one that rolled really good.
everyone besides Peng feels a rush of fear rush over you.
Oh no.
Your hands start to quiver. You feel so immensely overwhelmed by this figure. You thought that she was just some sort of caster. As you're seeing it, the air of around her sleeves kind of reel up, and you see ornate tattoos on her body. As her legs kind of come up underneath her robes, she probably has like more shallow in shorts that kind of keep herself together.
Hell
You can
yeah.
see detailed tattoos down her leg. You see multiple scars on her. She has seen a lot. And as you're starting to pick this up, her robe collapses down, and you can see her hair, which is neatly tied in a bun. You can see a scar that runs past on her top of her head, a large, deep grooved scar that you can see her own skin underneath. She clearly has been in some form of altercation, and it is immensely starting to kind of connect together. Whatever arcane abilities are in her hands are clearly imbued with something, and it is very much intimidating. And while the spell that used to bolster her voice, and some of you can pick up on that, it is very much just a little flex to try and get you to shove off. And everybody besides Peng has the desire to retreat, including Harudal and Eleanor, who have seemingly started this. I would say you have the guttural feeling that you need to apologize. Not saying you're going to, but you feel it because you're so terrified in the moment that you can stop this.
Can I scream, shut my eyes, and put my hands over my ears?
Yes.
Real quick question. Can I roll a perception check to see if these tattoos look similar to the man that killed Holman?
Yeah.
That's a 14.
They are very different. These look more again more ornate. His looked like they had sharp edges, so they were more like sharp pieces kind of going around that would turn organic when those tendrils came out. But these look more like just general ink. And in fact, they have some color in pieces as you're kind of picking up on it. Again, like the wind's moving. The most light that you have here is a torch on the other side of the Aros stadium entry. So you're kind of picking up on a bit of information with fairly low light and not enough detail. But she is fully in your attention right now. Both of you are feeling it in your head. One last time, a message comes to your head. Apologize, and I won't burn the innocent ones in front of you. And with that, another whisper comes into your ear. Naki, Tud, and Peng will burn if the three of you, and now Varian's been catching in on this as well, if the three of you don't back off and apologize to me immediately.
And then sheath my sword and just do like a samurai like bow.
You see her nod and then pan her eyes back to the other two of you.
I'm playing this off of you, Eleanor.
Shit.
I'm the only
like,
one
I
not
really
a
want
scaredy
to
cat
cross
here.
her out.
Yeah,
like,
but you were backing. You were.
right,
you were.
like at the same
Yeah, I was
time,
in the
like
back.
we're feared. I'm just gonna nod
gonna
it.
be like shrugging my shoulders, looking at them like, "What the fuck, you guys?" Like
Eleanor nods. She then
I want to nod
pans.
at Hordal and just like nod, like saying or signaling, yes, we need to apologize. And then I'll just say to her like, I apologize.
This
For
whole time
my
I'm just
rudeness.
screaming at the top of my lungs.
That makes you guys feel more urged because you guys know that like this is not good for Naki. She's really going through some shit right now. And
can I go over and try to comfort Naki?
yeah, you go over and what were you planning to do while this is going on?
Just kind of like put my hands on her shoulders and just kind of like look at her and just kind of try to like walk her gently left and right to get her to calm down.
Roll a charisma check to see how well that's going.
Oh God.
Fuck it, we're in roleplay, guys. Oh, he does a good job.
You need to calm down, please.
I would say you stop screaming. You feel a little bit more comforted, but you are still scared for Harudal and Eleanor.
Ping, that lady is scary.
I mean, yeah, she definitely is, but you shouldn't be scared of something we have no control over.
Now,
But I just want to go.
as you guys
let's go.
as you guys are doing that, Varian now keyed out from the messages coming to your head. The two of you, I want an audible apology.
Wait, who was it that gets it? Me
Harudal and
Varian?
Eleanor. She wants you two to have an audible apology. Varian only armed himself to defend you guys. He
I did
apologized.
apologize, but
You apologized audibly, but she sensed a little sarcasm. Harudal, she really wants to hear you apologize.
I'll apologize in Orcish. I'm not saying it in common.
Okay. So you just hear
And it's a very insincere apology. It's just like, I'm sorry.
you hear just Orcish come from the back here. And as that happens, you see the magic kind of slurp back into her hands. She levitates back to the ground. She makes eye contact with both of you and goes, "Let's hope we don't cross paths again. For you and for me. I personally don't want to have common folk blood on my hands. But I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you know your place." She takes her mask.
Scathing.
You're still terrified, though.
Yeah.
You're pissed,
yeah,
but
no,
you're
I'm
still
scared, but I'm so mad.
You see her mask, and you see last time she kind of put it close and it kind of pulled itself. She's using her hands. Her mask is currently floating. She grabs her robe and flicks it up, and as that happens, the mask kind of suctions to her face, her eyes peering through. The sculptures on the inside that kind of make the lion face, they pulse with that same blue energy that made the fire. And as it happens, she builds her composure back. She bows towards Ammon and turns around and walks back. The further she gets, the fear starts to wear off. As I'm assuming nobody is doing anything. She then walks inside the building and shuts the door. And Ammon looks fucking relieved. This guy, again, he's grizzled military. He's seen his fair share of stuff. He's dealt with some creatures out the outside of Aros. He looks at you guys and he's like, how is that fucking hard? Jesus Christ. She could have killed all of us with a flick of her fucking fingers. What the fuck was that? Jesus Christ. You know, I'm gonna get lamented back in my office for you guys. You guys are holy fucking shit. Get out of here.
I appreciate you.
I just want to say that while he is doing that, I am not paying attention to anything he's saying and just glaring at the door that lady walked through and shut behind her. Like, I am furious.
Can I run up to Ammon and hug him, and then I'm gonna say, "Can I do that?"
Yeah, you rush over and you hug him. And Ammon is kind of a cold figure in general. He's really trying to be compassionate, and he pats you on the head, but it's like a very like kind of disingenuous. He just doesn't. He doesn't like this kind of clingy stuff, but he is happy to see that you're back.
Yeah. Well, and then I look up at him and I say, "Thanks, Almond."
No problem, Naki. Now go. And you guys turn around. You see Marcus has made his way from you guys to the entryway of the stadium and is peering out. And he's like, oh, you guys, okay. I don't know why we did this.
I'm gonna grab Wardle by the fucking collar and just like start dragging him.
I'm still hugging Ammon.
And even though Eleanor is dragging me, I am still glaring at that door.
That's why I'm dragging you.
Can I just carry Naki on the my back?
As you're getting pulled away, another voice comes into Harudal's head. It's a deeper voice. I can't really portray this that well. I'm not very good at feminine voices. You, my friend, have a lot of dedication. Maybe in another time when you're free, you might want to visit maybe one of the institutes of the alumni. There, maybe we can discuss some things. And despite all of that interaction, it seems like they're more impressed at your ability to stand on your heels in the face of danger.
Sick.
As that happens, Marcus is leading you guys through. Again, it's now dark. You're walking through the stadium from the place that you walked out. This more leads from the various cottages that make up the troops that occupy the stadium. Then you have to walk through the stadium back through the other side that leads to the front gate. As you guys start walking and making your way, you guys make it outside of the arena of Aros. The arena itself has this big old coliseum. Then you get to outside and there's a bigger inner wall that covers it up from the rest of the public. Again, all of the foliage and things looks very well overgrown. The places that would have normally been well kept, the little coves for plant life and other things, all are seemingly abandoned and not well kept. As you walk out the gate, you see this city for the first time ever. Houses built upon houses, big old cobblestone roads, carriages going by. The city is pulsing with life at the end of the night. And you see a lot of people kind of gathered at the street corners, and they all see you, and you guys actually see a bunch of like fans. They start to erupt with cheers for the fact that you guys survived. You hear some people chanting Naki. You even hear a couple of people saying Tud. All of your names being chanted as things are going on. Marcus is like, please take these. He hands you a couple of cloaks. There's a couple of other guards looming around you guys as you guys kind of take them, and they're all really gesturing for you to put them on. I would say, unless anybody's outwardly doing it, you guys would put your cloaks on.
Nope.
Ammon. Okay, so Harudal keeps himself out. Anybody else putting the cloak on?
Real quick, if I may note, I have Holman's like hoodie, sweater, weather jacket thing on instead.
Okay.
I'm wearing my bear cape.
Let's say, despite the fact that you're angry, not necessarily towards these guys, you kind of wave your hand at what they're trying to give you, and you put his on instead. So
And just like throw the hood over, because you said it was like a big hood, right?
yeah, it's meant to kind of cover you guys up. The shield is currently keeping the crowds back. Again, there's not too many people. I'd say there's maybe 100 people in a small crowd kind of gathered around this entrance, and they're blocking them off as they lead you the other direction. Assuming there's no kind of contrary decisions, you guys are going to be kind of carried through a couple of alleyways, trying to lose. Even air coming through here?
Sorry, dogs are freaking out.
The hounds have been released.
Okay, so I don't lose my track. As you guys are kind of being moved through with Marcus, you guys are currently going between alleyways. You are seeing lots of really nice houses. You are in the central district of Aros. As you can see from here, there's a big wall that divides the city from here, but you see a lot of fairly ornate houses. This isn't probably the best district here, but I would say it's very higher middle class, right? So there's a lot of fairly ornate homes and little places to go. As you kind of make your way, you turn another place and you see this little wooden carved sign that says the Cloak and Stagger, and you see a knife kind of going through Stagger, as they're well aware of the pun. And as you guys are walking in, Marcus is like, we spent a lot longer than was on my time card to really help you guys. I am actually tasked to get back to the stadium. There's a lot of stuff going on there. You guys can go ahead in here and you can see the tender. I don't really visit taverns that often, but I think his name is Thom. You guys can go and visit with him, and I'm pretty sure he can help you with lodging. He kind of pats his cloak, or his belt, and he pulls out 2 silver pieces, and he's like, I think this will cover a room for the night. And he hands it to, at this point, he's closer to Tud, so he hands the 2 silver pieces to Tud. Emotions initially. Tud, what do you do?
Oh no.
I'm just gonna rip it from his hands as fast as I can.
You
I've
rip
never
the
been given
coins.
Such a nice gift before.
Oh no.
He then proceeds to look at the rest of you, and he's like, well, I appreciate meeting you. I wish you all the best. And he bows and he turns around, walks out.
Thanks, mister.
I do nod back to him when he bows.
He actually
Yeah.
looks very thankful that you, of all people, appreciated him, because he didn't think that you or some of the others liked him at all. And
Yeah,
you can see him kind of
help
smile
out.
back.
I just said thanks, mister, and then waved.
He was really happy to see that from Naki. Very happy.
Dead staring Tud.
Yeah, I just do a monk bow.
I'm staring at the 2 silver coins I just got, one in each hand, marveling at how shiny they are.
As you guys are kind of gathering the place, because now you're shifting your attention back to the actual place, it isn't as packed as a normal tavern inn would be. There's usually a bunch of folks and lots of tables here. Seems like a lot of people have been sent home or something's going on. You then can see at the countertop itself, you see a stout dwarf with a large battle scar across the right side of his face. His hair is shaved to match on both sides of his head, so he's got this nice clean cut hair. And then there's the top of it is kind of braided back. His face is well kept and his beard's well long and but also well maintained. He's got himself like a nice tunic, well kept place. The whole place again has really nice wood and carving. It's got a very Nordic kind of design to it. A lot of it is very looks like upside down boats. Very themed here. All of the tables look very ornate, and you see a bunch of big old barrels behind him with various ales. And he motions to you guys, and I think you guys can tell by his face as he looks at you, and then you see his eyebrows raise and his eyes widen a little bit. You think he knows who you are, and yeah, that's where it's at. He's clear across the room, so he wouldn't really shout at you. He's currently kind of wiping the counter, and he kind of stops as he sees you guys.
Real quick, question for DM. Who has the 60 silver pieces given to us?
Eleanor did.
Eleanor did. I'm gonna go walk up and ask if I can get 5 of those pieces.
Why?
I kind of want some drinks and just kind of forget about today for a minute.
I'm gonna like grab him by like the neck like a bigger like older sibling would, and like just give him a nuggie.
Would you resist that paying? Would you resist it, or would you just accept it?
At this point, I've accepted it.
Okay, so she grabs you and kind of like scratch or like rubs your head, and then do you
And then I'm
answer
gonna
his?
drag him along with me to the bar.
Okay, so then the rest of the troop, I'm assuming all of you guys are kind of following at this point.
I just go plop down at the bar.
Okay, you take a seat.
I'm
I
gonna.
sit right next to him.
Now what can I
We're
do you
all
for?
sitting at the bar.
You see Thom kind of eye all of you guys. Now what can I do you for?
Can we have? Wait, are all of us old enough to drink?
Yeah, I would say legal
I'm
drinking age is
16.
fairly low here. You're fine. You guys are all good.
Okay. A couple of ales and some food would be great in the morning for the night.
Fire water here, please.
We're at like a tavern, right?
You are Missy. As he kind of looks you up
Sorry,
and
this
down,
is-
you guys are at a tavern. You're at a tavern inn, but it's mostly a tavern. There's probably a few bedrooms
Can
upstairs.
I use my shit for being in a tavern because I'm on demand or whatever?
Yeah, so to kind of get it to everybody, I had a lot of requests here. Thom tries to acknowledge all of you because you all sit down and I'll start talking. And he's kind of eyeing you guys all up and down. He's like, well, I didn't think I'd be blessed with a bunch of celebrities here at my tavern, but I appreciate you all for choosing the Cloak and Stagger. I am very humbled to hear that you may have passed your Hawken. Unfortunate whatever happened in there, all those noble fucks getting rid of in what a fucking blink of a finger or something. But all I know is I'm very fortunate to have you all here in my tavern. And as far as your ale request, don't worry, I've got you taken care of. We have a few choices. He then turns and kind of gestures towards his stuff, raising his eyebrows. Here in Aros, we are famous for our pale berry ale. And he then takes a small glass and he fills it, and you see him very quickly shuffle a glass to each of you guys. He's like, this one's on me. You've got years of entertainment from you folk. Yeah, anywhere from Noki's constant singing all the way to Pang, and that one time that I can't remember what you did with that pole. You did a spin trick and you knocked this guy clear off this ledge. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, my dude. He's using common slang, which is very rare. He's like, but if you're feeling really fancy today, can I present you? And he pulls out this bottle, this ornate bottle of what you can perceive as wine. He's like, this could also be on me if you would also like. And you see him pop the cork and a little bit of foam comes out. And he's like, this is the prestigious Tilsman Zinfandel. Normally retails for 8 silver pieces a glass. But I believe you guys have earned it today. And he pours a glass. You see him kind of line up 6 wine glasses, and he just pours from one to another really elegantly. He then pops the cork back in the bottle, and he's like, that's just a cool 10 gold down the drain, but, you know, it is. Now, how was the Hawken? What did you guys took out Gralbond, that is?
We did.
A little bit more than that.
I heard. The word on the street is, I don't know, some weird figure kind of walked through, and he decimated something about an explosion or something, right?
If you don't mind, we would rather not talk about it this night.
Yeah.
Okay, I totally understand. I just, I've just been a watcher over the years, and I totally understand. Anyways, I'll get out of your face. Said something about room and boarding?
Yes, and some food.
Oh, don't worry, we got you taken care of. I'll cover all the food, but the rooms, we do have some people in town. That would be about 4 silver pieces for a room with 4 beds, and that's all I've got.
Sir, if I do a performance, can we get it for free?
Naki, of course.
Can I perform with Naki?
he sees he sees Pang start to get up, and he's like, "Okay, of course. I would love to have a free show. Very few people here, but I'm down for some music."
I'm gonna give him like 6 silver in any way.
So you just kind of thumb out some coins.
Yeah, just like slide it over to him and nod.
He then scrapes them off, and he's like, "You know, for folk who probably haven't run into money that often, that is very generous of you." He then you see him kind of walk to the back. There's a little door that kind of leads into like a kitchen area, and you hear him go, yeah, the normal stuff. We got a whole lot of people looking for some food." No, a whole lot of people. Yes, okay. And then he turns and shuts the door. You couldn't hear the other person really at all, because at this point, Naki is currently tuning her lute and checking on her flute as well. And Pang is like doing stretches or something.
Really quick, before I start my performance, though, can I sniff the wine?
Yeah.
Yeah, and before I start this, I don't sniff it, I just down it.
Okay. With the Tillsman, you need to do a con check with disadvantage.
Okay. Hold on.
Thank you for the follow there, X Raffled. Much
It
appreciated.
was 5.
Damn.
Oh,
16 with
Oh, no.
disadvantage.
oh.
Ooh.
Well,
Well, actually, you're doing okay. So you see Varian down his glass, and he keeps his composure. It's been a shitty day, so he's just kind of holding himself. Naki, on the other hand, downs that glass, and she's been tuning her instruments, and you notice that it's very out of key here.
oh shit! I just take a small drink of it.
So just a little sip. All right, so you don't finish the glass, so you already fill this. It's very delicious, by the way. Like, this is very high end wine. So as you take a sip, you feel that it is like it goes down smooth, but you can feel that like presence of the liquor as it goes down. That it is very strong.
If it's that good, I'm gonna drink all of it.
So as you take your first sip, you then realize that it's good. You then down the glass.
Yes.
There's also a pale berry ale for all of you guys as well too.
Disadvantage still 13.
Pang, you're doing surprisingly well. You're kind of you're going through it just fine. Harudal also takes a drink, and he's just kind of letting himself go.
Nice. 9.
I'm gonna sip on mine, but I'm like gonna take a sip of the one and then a sip of the other.
Okay, so they both are delicious. You've never had pale berry ale, but it has this very berry flavor to the aftertaste of drinking a modern ale. So you're taking it, and then you just get this very sweet flavor afterwards without that like sweet sugary taste. Very good. Very good.
As I'm finishing my glass of the wine, I just want to like hail the guy and ask him for a shot of firewater.
Okay. Can you ask me in roleplay?
I forgot his name. What was his name again?
Thom.
Thom. Okay. For some reason, I wanted to say Thom, and I was like, I don't think that's right. Thom,
His name is Thumb.
Thom, can I get a firewater over here, please?
You see him kind of like smirk, and he's like, "Oh, you're into that kind of stuff there, huh?" You hear him like underneath the counter here, and you see him pull up this black bottle, and you see him pour it into this little glass, and he slides it over to you and nods.
Cool.
Roll another con save with disadvantage.
First off, I'm gonna look at him and ask him how he knows about firewater, and then
12.
This one's got a higher save. As you down it, your composure from the wine already being a little low, on top of the fact that you just downed that like nothing.
A little schmammered.
You're a bit. I would say your normal reserves are off. So if you're keeping your composure for anything, it's released. If you are feeling sad and want to cry, you're gonna cry. If you're feeling angry, you're gonna be very hard to be around right now. But all those
really hard to be around that.
You see him slam the glass back down, and it just shatters. And the glass would have normally gone into your hand, doesn't, and you just kind of brush the glass off the side. And Thalm, despite being an owner, looks at that and he goes, "Wow, you guys weren't kidding. You had a real tough day, huh?"
I feel bad for this. So, how much to cover the glass?
You know, 1 silver piece ought to do it.
Eleanor, do you want to help me out there?
Like, destroy the glasses?
I have 10 copper. You didn't divvy up the silver.
Because you nuts are never gonna fucking do anything good with it.
You don't know that.
I'm like yelling at him like I slide over the 1 silver to Thumb.
He slides it over to him.
Glass.
You smash the glass.
Yeah.
So Varian seeing that they're getting away with it, just like crushes the glass. And Thalm goes from looking at it with a very kind of dislike. It's okay. It's not a big deal. He looks over at Varian and he's like, "Okay, I appreciate. I like that you guys are coming here, but let's not break all the merchandise. I do have to serve people here."
Can I grab my
Fight over
glasses and
another
take them to
silver
him?
coin.
What was that, Ping?
I'm going to grab my glasses and any glasses that I know around me are empty and bring them to him and apologize. Like,
So-
hey, sorry, man. Like,
Ping
I
quickly
don't
is
know what's
grabbing
wrong.
glasses from other tables, and well, they're all empty, of course. He's just being nice. He grabs like 6 glasses and comes over. Can I get a dexterity check with disadvantage
hell yeah.
to see if you carry those over carefully?
Oh no.
I just said to him, "I'm sorry. I thought it was tradition."
5.
Low
With the
was
nat
a
one.
1. So as you're doing it, you're grabbing a few. You grab all of them, and you're kind of motioning over, trying to be polite, and you squeeze really hard, and all of them shatter in your hands. And as you guys all hear all this, the glass shatters, and you see Thalm's expression go from kind of disappointed to, "Okay, when did it just become a little sport game to break all my glasses? Okay, that was like fucking 10 glasses. That was
Yell, are we all just gonna fucking break fucking glasses now? And then
I
I'm
hear
gonna
this.
slide over like
as you do that and slam down in frustration because you're so mad at Paying for destroying so many, you break your glass.
And I hear this and see this and drink both my glasses. It's smash them on the table.
I look
All right.
horrified.
Okay. Looks like you guys have to use the regular mugs, like civilized people, apparently. And I'm gonna need to get some fucking help. And you see him rush back, open the door, and you hear him go, "I need you to go out there and fucking clean up glass because these fucking gladiators came in here and destroyed all of our glasses." And you see an older woman kind of walk out. She's also a dwarf. She looks kind of grizzled. She's got actually what looks like a cigar kind of resting in her mouth. She comes out with a puff of smoke, and you see when she walks by. She's a bigger girl. She's not huge, but she's a bigger woman. And you see her quickly push this board on the wall that looks very well put together. Opens the board, and you see a broom kind of fall out. She grabs the broom and begrudgingly walks past you guys. And you see her face again. She's very wrinkled and an older lady. She then realizes who you are, and as she goes to like be very angry about what she has to do, she just is like, "Oh, hello, I didn't see you there." And as her voice is very kind of distant and broken, Thalm is like, "Please, just don't you speak. Just tend to the glass like I asked you to." And she kind of like, even though she's smiling and happy, she just starts sweeping the glass, and kind of puts it all back together, or gets all of it. And as she gets it all puts it into this little dustpan and takes it in the back, and she just kind of smiles at you guys as she walks in the back, and Thoms shuts the door.
Can I notice the old
Yeah.
lady and sing a song about her? Because I'm performing right now, aren't I?
Oh yeah, you were singing. So as you notice her, she's sweeping, and then you hear her start to like sing, and basically off of like the visual features, you're like talking about her apron, and
I had a little line I was gonna say.
oh, go for it.
Oh, I'm nervous now. I say, Grandma over there, you're really old and wrinkly, but you're still cute.
Were you?
I
are
had
you,
a joke for Thom.
Oh no.
I that wasn't exactly my line, but I got nervous. But that's what we got.
So as that all happens, so you're sitting there singing to her. She's very nervous now, so she's cleaning up really fast because she feels embarrassed that you're pointing at her. She kind of puts it all together. She smiles very happily, and Thom's like, "Hurry, just get out of here, get back to cooking. They want food." And what were you gonna say, Eleanor? I know you had something you were gonna talk about.
I want to look at Thom and then like point to the older lady and be like, "Your mother?" Like question mark. like asking him if it's his mother.
My sister, actually.
Oh.
As you say that, she kind of looks at you and is a little upset, but like, gets it. She then kind of huddles back to herself, goes in, and this time she actually grabs the door and shuts it herself. As that happens, Thom kind of regains his composure. He then slides over actual like wooden mugs, and he's refilled them with ale. Now, before we get back to business, I'm going to be very nice here. That would be 10 silver pieces to cover all of the damage, and then we are good. I'll act like it never happened.
Like another 10?
Yes.
On top of the 8 I've given you?
He just broke a plethora of glasses. And then he points at Tud, who just glasses down. And he's like,
"You have a point."
I already
just
gave
say,
you
"You
a-
have a point."
Yeah.
And just give him 10 silver.
Okay, so he grabs the silver, he kind of dusts it into his hand, you see him put it in his little pouch. Okay, now we can start over. I did have something I wanted to mention to you, and I don't know if you wanted to hear about it tonight, because you guys all seem like a very adept crew. But that's up to you. If you want to have your own evening, I'll just shut up and tend to your drinks. Or if you'd like, I could give you.
Let's hear it. Just why not?
Okay. Well, I would assume that after escaping the, escaping being a strong word, leaving the arena of Aros, you would be searching for maybe some work?
Possibly.
Well,
Would you have in mind?
my good friend Marshall Lawnbaum went missing recently, and the Shield of Glydian apparently did a little research into their home, but I haven't heard any updates, and I always knew him to be a bit of a mysterious man, and it's piqued my interest. And honestly, it just sounds like fun to figure out what happened. If you would be willing to go and check that out for me, I could give you his address, and maybe a little bit of gold for your trouble. If you said something, Lynn, the mic did not catch you.
I said okay.
Well, does that sound like a deal? He kind of eyes the rest of you.
I'm off in my own little world. I'm not paying attention.
Okay.
I'm gonna go perform with
Naki. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say just
And
ignore them and just like yes, it's a deal. I will talk to them tomorrow.
He then pulls out a little piece of parchment, and you see him grab a little inkwell, and you see him kind of pop his little feather in there, and he starts writing down on a piece of paper. You're going to want to go up to the northeastern district, which is known as Tal Aros. Up there, you will find a abandoned little manor up there, isn't the biggest place, but they kind of overlooked a few fields to the east of us, and they had a bit of extra coin, but not a huge home. If you could go in there and just double check and see if everything's good. I know he was a man of many secrets, so maybe there might be something hidden down there for your trouble. But go ahead and give that a look. And he kind of gives you the general address. It's just like a bit of directions that would lead you from here to there.
Right.
And passes it over to you. He's then looking at your friends, where Rudolph is currently staring at the bottom of a mug as he's downing another pint of paleberry ale. Varian kind of on the same level, probably just taking another drink and just kind of letting the night go. Naki, being surprisingly a little drunk, is putting on a pretty decent performance. It's almost like she's in her art there.
Yeah, I have a little 4-bar little thing.
Yeah.
So
Talk more into the mic. It's cutting out.
when I'm done, when I'm done, and we go to bed, I have a little end piece of the song that I say when I'm done.
Okay. So as you're still playing,
I'm just gonna do kata with her.
So
That's kind of background.
so he's sitting there doing that, and people are starting to notice, and like word is starting to get out. So a few more people walk in. This turns Thalm's otherwise sour mood into a good one, because he's now getting customers by having Naki play. You see his face kind of turn from a little disappointed of all the glasses you broke to more of a like, it's okay, I'll make up it in a profit tonight.
Can't take you guys anywhere.
This is all going on. If Naki and Pang can roll performance checks for me.
Okay, and I have another little song piece.
Well, let's see how well you do before you start singing.
Right. You said performance.
That is correct. Oh shit, I forgot. With disadvantage, because you guys are both drunk.
Oh my fucking gosh.
I'm drunk.
Actually, you're not.
Yeah.
You saved on the initial one for sure. So Naki is drunk.
Yeah, I haven't drank anymore. I'm only gonna stick with that one.
I already rolled, so it's a 10.
Well, the lowest is because it was disadvantage. So
Right, it's 10.
oh shit, yeah, you're right. Okay, so with that, you Naki is occasionally hitting the wrong note, but it's not like enough to really like ruin your rhythm.
Yeah.
And then Pang is currently doing his performance as well in the back. You see him kind of doing a bunch of moves and kind of doing some acrobatics.
Yeah, so I sing this out as I'm running around, but I'm a little drunk.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, a tavern most lovely and a host most burly.
So she's sitting there singing to the crowd, and you see some people kind of hanging out. They're kind of doing a little dance next to it. Some people getting more ale. Thom being very busy, and I think other than that, I think if you guys then would head to bed, which we just gotta wait for Allie to finish her end piece, then we will take a small break before we continue a little bit more. But Naki had to step away, so maybe we'll call the break right here. So after this, we'll just kind of come back, tie up the little tavern, and then go to bed. Everybody good to play for another hour, maybe 2?
I mean, if you want to go like 7 more, I'm down, bro. Just
I'm down
let
for
me
real.
know.
Okay, I'm just
All
making
night.
sure everybody's okay before I commit you guys for the next 2 hours. Because if not, then we could wrap it up here, but it'd be a very early session.
My mom said I have to go to bed.
Stop.
The fuck?
All right, Naki, before we call our little break, you want to sing us out before we go on a small break and you guys all go to sleep? Your mic's muted.
I guess.
Okay.
What was I going Sorry, dogs are going crazy, so I had to fix it. The song is Here in Glydian, where gladiators roam. Here in Glydian, our most humble home.
Everybody cheers as you wrap up. Pang didn't break anything and did a good performance, so they're happy about that. And even though you're occasionally had a wrong note and were a little off key, it still ended very well. They're all cheering. In fact, you guys, as you're kind of combing the stage, Naki and Pang, you guys find a total of 12 gold pieces and 13 silver pieces that people had just kind of peppered up there for you.
Do we divvy it just between the both of us?
I would say you both picked up about half equally, with
So
one of you
6
getting...
and-
One of you got one more gold.
12 gold and 13 silver pieces.
Or one more silver piece, yeah. So one of you got one more
So-
silver.
I'll give
I'm
it
in-
to Naki.
Okay.
So I get 6
Okay.
silver.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys all head back up. Again, it's a 4-bedroom room, so you guys get upstairs and you open the door as you guys are all kind of stumbling up. I would say Tud is surprisingly the coolest bro to have when you're drinking. He helped Rudolph all the way up those stairs.
Bear cape and all.
He's like literally, as he yells up a step, you just hear. And in fact, one of the stairs kind of snags on the cape and almost chokes you, but you figure it out. You guys will get upstairs. So who's sleeping in a bed and who's laying on the ground tonight?
I fall
I
onto my bear
curl
cape.
up on the mantelpiece.
Okay. There's not really a mantle. There's the closest you would have here is a little window nook. And by that, I mean probably a foot depth that you could sit on very uncomfortably.
If I fit, I sits.
Okay.
Eleanor, can I share with you?
Yes, come.
I think
come
that leaves 2 beds or 4 beds open after Pang and Tud just don't use the beds. So you guys all could have one. But Naki, if you want to, you go do whatever you want. I'm just making sure you're aware.
I didn't know Tud. I didn't realize Tud wasn't sleeping.
Tud just it got caught on the wood floor, fell backwards, and just committed.
Oh, okay. Well, I still want to share with Eleanor.
Okay.
I'm still having a tough time.
Okay. So those 2 attack the bed.
I just slump against the wall right on the other side of the door
Okay.
and sit my ass down and fall asleep right there.
Oof. Poor back. And then Varian.
I mean, if there's a bed open and everybody else is taking the floor and stuff, then I'm gonna take a bed.
Varian, despite how intoxicated he is, he neatly places his swords next to him, takes off his boots, gets all comfortable, and falls asleep very well because these beds are actually surprisingly comfortable.
Yes.
What are you gonna do, Ping?
At some point in the night, I probably would be really uncomfortable, so I'm just gonna curl up at the end of a bed.
Okay.
Just at random.
You would probably, because the bed is so cramped, these are like twin mattresses. The one with Naki and Eleanor is really tied up, and then Varian is not a small guy. I would say you probably would just eventually occupy one of the empty beds because 2 of them are empty.
Okay.
So as that all happens, you guys all go to sleep. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small break.
And he wants us to go do a little investigating and see what we can find. There is some gold in store for us. So he also gave me an address. It's up in the northeast Arrows in the abandoned manor. So we can go check that out.
So maybe we should start heading that way then. I guess I don't need to talk to Thom. I didn't know he had given you all of this information last night, Eleanor. So
It's fine. Like I said, you guys were partying it up.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a party, but it was a good time.
As this is happening, a small tug can be felt from Harudal's left elbow. Just a little polite tug. You turn around and you don't see a figure at your height, but like as you kind of glance down, you see a very small gnome. She's got these big old braids. She's got a little bit of freckles on her face. And she's wearing this like little pretty dress. Oh, hello. Hi, Rudolph. One of your biggest fans right here.
Oh, sorry.
I'll be honest with you. I need help.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you. It's nice to meet you. What seems to be going on? What can we help with?
As this is going on, the rest of you, can you roll a perception check? Actually, no.
Not
What's
me.
your passive? Everybody besides Harudal, what's your passive perception?
What?
Where is it?
13.
Oh,
Gonna be gonna be on the main page, right under
Senses.
senses.
13.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
Oh, 14.
Okay.
10, I think.
Okay. So, all of you guys look over and you see the tug on his fabric, but you do not see a figure. You do not hear their voice. All you see is Harudal turn and start talking out in the general open.
Okay.
They all just think I've gone crazy and just talking to nothing at this point.
I go up to.
Follow me! Follow me! She turns and skips out of the bar.
Do they see her at that point then, or?
Nope, they don't see anything. They probably didn't let you know either. They're just looking at you.
What in the paranormal shit is this?
Okay, well, real quick before I turn to leave, is there like any scraps of paper on the bar, anything that I can write a note for Thalm real quick?
He would probably have it behind the counter, but as you kind of go to look for that, you see the door open back up. You see him carrying a couple plates, and he hands it to the patron down there, and then he sees you guys, and he sees you looking in his direction, and you see him kind of make his way back down.
Okay.
Anything else I could do you all for today?
I'm just gonna take that silver off the bar and go, Thalm, thank you again. I really appreciate it.
No problem. And he takes the silver and he kind of like motions to you, and you see him put it in his pouch.
And I walk out of the bar following this gnome ghost.
The rest of you who have not had any time at the bar just see Harudal turn and just go out the door following a direction. And Eleanor, having the directions, sees that Harudal went left instead of right, which was the direction you would need to go if you're trying to get where you need to go.
I grab onto Eleanor's arm and I say to her, do you think Dolly found a new imaginary friend? Like, because I don't know who you're talking to, but he just left.
You might be right. We should probably follow him and see what he's up to.
As they're talking, I'm already getting up and walking out after him, just following. Naturally.
I would say what you did see, just so we're on the same page, Naki, you just saw him like turn over away from you guys. I don't know how loud he spoke. All I know is he turned, looked that way, and then turned back. So he might have been audible. I think yours was the highest, right? You had a 14? Your passive?
Me?
Someone?
Pang.
Pang was probably the only one who could hear him because he wasn't really talking in your general direction.
That he was just
you just
like,
noticed him turn. You noticed him turn his way. Sorry if I didn't clarify this right. You noticed him turn away and talk, but like again, I don't know if you guys noticed his voice because it's fairly loud in the mornings here. So.
Okay, I didn't hear him say anything. I just saw that he was talking and then walked away.
Okay, cool. Just making sure we're on the page.
Yeah.
Well, and I would have also just I would have just been talking in like normal volume levels. I wouldn't have been like shouting or anything.
Yeah.
So
I would say they just knew that you turned and talked to the left. Maybe not what you said, but you just talked. So, as it happens, she then exchanges about the imaginary friend. Then where were you guys at before I interrupted?
Leaving. We're going after him.
And I was 5 steps in front of him.
Yeah,
I just got up and followed him.
Tud just immediately follows. As you get outside, Harudal, you turn to the left and you see the figure in the alleyway between this building and the building next to it. It's kind of standing there waving at you, and it turns and runs down that alleyway.
I'm still gonna follow.
As you turn and go down that alleyway, the rest of the people at this point, because you got out there a little bit before Tud had just walked out, but as he walks out, you went down that alleyway. So Tud looks to the left, but doesn't see you. and you start walking down the alleyway. There's a lot of foot traffic out and about at this time of the day. There's carriages going by, people walking by, lots of bodies. So you could very easily be lost in the crowd down the way.
Splitting the party, session 2, hell yeah.
Harudal, you are walking down the alleyway, and the figure kind of darts behind the little turn at the alleyway. And you just hear it go, "Follow me!" And
Yeah, I'm still following.
you start walking, and you feel a tug on the back of your shirt from behind you.
Okay, I'm gonna approach this one a little cautiously and kind of turn slowly and do like the over the head peek.
Over here, it's her again.
Well, that was impressive. How'd you get from over there to back here?
The moment you double
didn't even
take
see
and
you.
look back over where she went and look back, she's gone again. And then back from the way that you came, you see that same little figure waving at you as a figure walks in front of her and disappears.
I don't know where to go. Okay, question for you, DM. Do I know which direction to head at this point?
You have no clue.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna follow where I last really saw her at and go back towards where those boxes were that she kind of tucked behind and just kind of peek back there.
You look back there and you just see an open alleyway with some old boxes and things like that, but nothing particularly striking. You see a couple of people standing at the front smoking off of little pipes and just kind of hanging in that back alley. They kind of look at you, but they don't really care.
Okay. Hello. I'm just gonna turn around and walk back the way I came since that was the last spot I saw her at, I guess.
As you're walking out of the alleyway, you feel a poke on the top of your head, and you look up, and she's sitting on your shoulders and goes, "Come find me." And right in front of your eyes, she just vanishes. As he walks out of the alleyway, that's where he's standing. Tud, you then see Harudal walk out, look up, and is just kind of dumbfounded by what's going on. The rest of you all walk out and see that.
Did you find my mushrooms?
Can I roll investigation to see if I found his mushroom?
I'd say yes, but with disadvantage because you were so much more focused on her.
God damn it, Woody! I love your character. That's a 16.
You didn't spot it anywhere here. There's a lot of foot traffic, so walking down the sides of the little street that you're in. So there's a lot of people moving about. So if it was there, maybe it was picked up, or not a good place that you think you'd be able to find it here.
Okay. Just a quick question: do we know what color these mushrooms are? Or
it was the bigger
approximately how
one. It
big
was
they'd
the red
be?
one. It's probably 7 inches in
the bigger
diameter.
one?
It was the
Big-ass
bigger one.
mushroom.
And it's blue.
Oh, it's the blue one. Sorry, my bad. Or
Okay.
purple. I thought actually it was blue and then
Purple is the
purple.
small one.
Yeah, it's blue and then
Purple is
purple.
the small one.
Cool.
Okay, just
Maybe.
a curious question. So, no, Todd, I haven't seen a mushroom back here. That's what I was doing. I'm trying to find your mushroom, and I guess apparently we didn't walk back this way last
Roll-
night. So,
Because you're trying to hide it, roll deception.
damn it. That's a 7.
He clearly, based off of his mannerisms, I'd say the rest of you can kind of read, maybe not Tud, but a lot of the rest of you can kind of pick up on, he's maybe not hiding anything important, but he's definitely hiding something. All right. You guys are all just staring at each other, people walking by.
Well, off to this manor. Let's go that way, I guess.
I'm just kind of like, the fuck?
So I look at Horridal and I say, Dolly, you're the best. I thought you just got distracted by something shiny, because that happens to me a lot. But you were helping Tud.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna help Todd. help all of you any chance I get. But yeah, just couldn't find the mushroom, so I guess we'll be on our way.
Next time you see something shiny, let me know.
Of course, Naki, of course.
With that, I would assume you guys start following the directions on the little piece of parchment.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys start.
Unless you want to go find your ghost friend.
You guys also do
I
have.
don't know where to find him.
You guys also do have the shop you could visit as well. You also had Immons Keepsakes you guys could go and visit.
Yeah, we could go get your sword taken care of, Eleanor.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's go do that.
You kind of remembered when Marcus kind of pointed you in the directions when you walked out, so you kind of followed it a little bit. Roll perception. Whoever's taking the lead.
Can I aid whoever?
I'll take the lead.
Okay. So paying roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, with advantage.
I'm scared.
Perception.
We need to find my mushrooms.
Hey.
All right. So as you're walking, Pang recalls it pretty well, surprisingly. So as you guys kind of go back through the little maze of alleyways you guys ducked between, you actually find yourself to this neat but very different architectured building. You see lots of very well-rounded edges, lots of big pieces of steel holding this whole thing up, and you see lots of steam emanating from the top of the shop. You see this very intricate sign that says Immons Keepsakes, but it looks like it was written, like burned into the wood and not just kind of painted on there. It's just this very nice, beautiful sign. You see a warm glow through the windows and the door. Yeah, as you guys walk up. You guys walk inside?
Yes.
As you guys walk inside, you open the door and you see a bunch of ornate trophy places that have various holes where weapons would be, like places where like a glaive or a saw or like all these different items where they would be, but they're all missing. And down at the end, you see a figure kind of sharply duck up, and they are a female warforged. Not many of you guys have really seen any of these guys that often, but very mechanical, old dwarven tech that were used back hundreds and hundreds of years ago for various things, but they do have actual life within them. And the moment that happens, you hear a voice peek at you guys. Welcome in. Thank you for coming to my humble abode. She has a very big grin on her face as she welcomes you in.
Well, thank you. What was your name? I don't believe I caught that.
Yes, my name is Immond.
Can you say that in a normal voice?
Immond.
Immond. Okay, I thought you said Innen, and I was like, okay, we'll roll with that.
Right around the corner, a kind of buffer woman comes around the corner, and she's got her sleeves are rolled up, and she's like a human. She looks like a human woman. She's carrying boxes of things back inside, and you see her just kind of grab a towel and wipe some sweat, and you see just this very beautiful young woman with her hair tied, and she walks over to Immond, kisses her on the cheek, and then turns around and walks back around the corner. Thank you, honey. What can I assist you all with today?
I would like to have my sword serviced. She's a bit dull.
Are you looking for an enchantment?
I perk up at this. Can you do enchantments on claws?
One request at a time, my good sir. Let me see the sword. She proceeds to pick up the sword, and you see her very quickly. You see her hands kind of shift around a little bit as it's picking it up to kind of size it to the appropriate size needed. Because she's a bigger girl. I'd probably say 6.5 feet tall. As she's kind of holding the sword. This looks like it has been through quite a few different services. What are you looking for?
She needs to be sharpened.
A sharpening? Just a simple sharpening service?
I mean, what else do you suggest be done?
Well, you've come to Aros's best enchantress. I do all sorts of works. Unfortunately, due to the disaster at the Aros Arena, I unfortunately am unable to actually sell any of my weapons, but normally I have plenty of different items. But if you're just looking for a simple sharpening, I can have that ready for you within a few hours. That service would cost you 25 silver pieces.
That's okay. We'll come back later.
No problem. She then
Oh, sorry, Ricky. Go ahead.
she then passes the sword back to Eleanor.
Eleanor, I think that's really worth it, especially if we're going to this place. We don't know what may have happened there. Your blade's a little dull. It might help just to have that done, and plus we're getting paid for what we're doing. We're gonna make up for that money in no time.
I mean, you have a point, I suppose.
What about
Okay.
my shinies? Eleanor, what about my shinies and my cape?
Todd, don't you worry. We'll get that taken care of, buddy.
While you guys are discussing this, Pang had a question. He then asks about his claws. Oh yes, I would be more than happy to assist you with your claws. Enchanting can take anywhere between 7 days and 14 days, depending on what enchantment you're looking for.
What enchantments are available for something like this?
A wide variety, my good tabaxi friend. Anywhere from additional puncturing to acid to flame damage. All sorts of mysterious and sometimes devious things can be had with any sort of various enchantments that I could apply to those claws. The unfortunate side is I would have to remove them from you for quite some time, and that seems like a very painful procedure.
It's a painful procedure I've been through a few times, unfortunately. Is there anything less lethal?
Perhaps, but it would require a very different service, and unfortunately with my facilities, I can only do that in a very set amount of time.
Okay. I'm probably fine then.
No problem. Well, if you ever do look into that service, don't worry, this would be the best place to do so.
Big mechanical lady,
Yes,
Thank
my
you.
little tiefling friend.
do you have anything shiny?
I have many things that are shiny. She then pulls a little tote from underneath, right underneath her little cabinet that she's standing in front of. She puts it on the table and she opens the little piece, and inside there's a bunch of these ornate little jewels and pieces. In fact, Tud, your eyes light up the moment that thing opens. There's bits of silver, and right there in the center of it is this perfectly ornate clasp. It looks like it's designed to be put onto it more like a brooch, but like it has this thing that would kind of make it all work really well. And it's got this cool little heart design on top of it as you're looking at it.
Eleanor shinies. That though, for my cape.
That is a very nice cape you have there, my good sir.
How much for this shiny?
Which shiny are you talking about?
The one for my cape.
Todd, show her the shiny that you want.
That one right there.
The one with the
Pointing
heart.
at the clasp.
That one right there? That one is a crowd favorite. I usually go through these once per week. But honestly, you all seem like a very fun lot of people. That would go for 200 gold pieces.
Real quick question for you there. Is this enchanted? Because I mean, no offense, that seems a little pricey for.
All I sell here, my good friend, is enchanted items. This particular brooch has the ability to aid you if you ever fall in combat, anywhere from getting you back into the fight with a good amount of recovery, all the way up to helping with you with your save throws. But that may be hearsay.
I meant no offense by that, by the way. Just clarifying.
Oh, of course, I totally understand that a normal-looking brooch may just look normal and not enchanted. But this brooch here is, in fact, enchanted.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Well, thank you.
But Eleanor, I have 2 shinies.
Eleanor, I think we should just get the 2 shinies taken care of. That seems like a much better deal.
Yes.
If I may interject, if that wasn't the sweetest thing I have ever seen in my 1,000 years on Glydian, I would gladly offer you that brooch for 125 gold.
Listen,
That's-
lady, we just lost our dad. We broke as fuck. Like, can we just get my sword sharpened and then we'll come back for the other shiny, okay?
Of course, she then grabs your sword back, because I'm assuming you're holding it out.
Yes.
Grabs your sword back, and you see her go back, and you see her arm shift, downsize into her arm, pops back out with this very ornate key. It twists into the door, the wall itself. The wall slides to the side, and you see a bunch of gears kind of turning as a forge and bits and pieces kind of unfold from the wall. She then turns her other arm into a large blacksmithing hand. She then makes eye contact with all of you guys, and you hear, and then it starts going really fast. It goes, and your sword very quickly goes back to new. You see both sides quickly being done. You see a sheen from this sword you haven't seen. And you see at the very end, she notices your handle's a little dinged up, the leather that would wrap the base of it. She then takes the leather wrappings off and reapplies a brand new one and ties it all together. And then you see her with one little swift motion of her hand, it presses the leather down so it seals. And then she switches back to her normal hands. As she turns around, that whole thing folds back into it. And she then walks up to you and she goes, "That will be 25 silver pieces."
Slide over the 25 gold, silver pieces.
She then puts the sword down, or hands you the sword, and as you feel it, it actually feels lighter. That whole problem you were having with it before, where it was a little weaker, has been removed, and with that, it feels at home. Like this feels like your blade. And then you see her very quickly with her hand just like slide the rest of the pieces over, and kind of gets them all back, and then she's making eye contact. That same woman that walked in the back comes back out, and now that you're getting a better look at her, she's just like ripped. Like she clearly does all of the hard work here. Like she has been lifting crates, doing all sorts of stuff, moving things in place. And you see her come over to her, and you see her like glance at her back and comes over, and you see her just like open a compartment on the back of her, and you see her just take a little can of oil and just start pouring it right there in front of you guys. Don't worry, this is a very normal process. You don't get to be blessed with near infinite life without a problem. And my problem is a consumption of oil. She finishes, and you see the lady kind of close the chamber back up. She looks at all of you guys and kind of double checks. And the lady from behind, she's like, "Wait, you guys are all the what are you, the champions of Aros or something like that, right? Then you guys just like fight for your freedom or something like that. That's probably why you're here. That's why you're here, right?"
Yeah.
Ah, that's cool. I'm assuming you guys beated that fucking douchebag Grobon, whatever that fuck was.
Yeah.
That's fucking splendid. Now that guy deserved to die. That guy, I saw him cut the head off of a 12-year-old boy about a year ago. It was horrid. Absolutely horrid. The whole crowd erupted. Man, you don't want to take drink service day on a Harkin, because that shit can be wild. Anyways, don't worry. She'll take care of you. She then pats the robot on the butt. Ooh. And she walks around and goes into the back room.
Oh,
a big mechanical lady. Is there any shinies that I can get for a 1 gold piece?
She then shifts to you almost inhumanly, looks at you, and she goes, "Of course you can." She then pulls another smaller box out, and I'm assuming you're looking for just a brooch to make that little cape that my good friend here has a bit neater and less kind of cobbled together. Don't worry, I've got just the thing for you. She pulls out this like very iron kind of feathery looking brooch, a very simple one. This one was planned to be enchanted just a week from now, but I can sell it to you beforehand, but I do have to recoup the costs because this is a business and businesses need to make money. But this will cost you 2 gold pieces. It is a very ornate piece of metal. It looks really pretty. Doesn't have an enchantment on it, but...
Hey, Tud, do you want this one?
But I have 2 shinies.
As he says that, she understands what he's talking about and opens the brooch.
Like this?
Yeah, like that. It's 2 shinies.
Do you want the 2 shinies?
Well, yeah.
All right. I don't think Lynn has any gold on her. She's probably like,
Nope.
2 gold.
Okay, I want that one for the Tud, but is there any shinies for me for 1 gold piece?
Unfortunately,
Get off your
everything
shinies.
else is enchanted. This was one of the few pieces that are about this size that would be a reasonable price. Everything else would probably be above 50 gold pieces, if not more.
If I sing you a song, can I get something for 1 gold piece?
Unfortunately, I don't take to the enjoyment of music like a lot of other common folk do. And for me, it actually just obscures all of my primary senses, and that is not a fun time. So unfortunately, I would not be willing to give you a discount for playing me a song.
Okay, fine. Here's the 2 gold pieces.
Thank you very much.
She slides the gold pieces over and hands Naki the brooch.
Here you go, Tud.
Thank you. Here, you have my 2.
Oh, thanks.
Aww.
Now, just a quick question for you. That discount that you offered on that brooch, you say it was 120 gold pieces?
She turns very sharply back to Haruto.
Yes, that would be 125 gold pieces.
Oh, okay. Would we be able to possibly set that aside, and we'll probably come back and pick that up? That sounds like a rather nice piece of jewelry there.
Hearing from my wife that you guys are indeed the heroes of the arena of Aros, I could trust that you will be back within a week's time. However, I cannot guarantee that if someone were to offer me double, if not more, that I would not sell it. But I can make the exception that I will try and set it aside and say that that item is reserved.
That's very understandable. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Big mechanical robot lady.
Yes.
Will you keep any shinies that you think I would like for when I get rich?
Of course.
You see her actually, as she's acknowledging you, you see her grab a couple of things in there, and as she kind of palms them, kind of putting them aside, you notice that one of them is like a little, like a sheath for a dagger, and then another one looks like what a modern guitar pick would look like, but it's very ornate and simple. And the last piece was what looks like honestly just like a very nice, simple button.
I'll go ahead and make sure these things are very well to your liking by the next time that you arrive in my shop, and hopefully by then the rest of my inventory will be available.
Eleanor, you see those shinies?
Do you see her?
I want those shinies. We need to go get rich.
Okay, let's go get rich then. Okay?
Yeah, let's go get rich because I need the shinies. Like Tud, he got his shiny. I need my shinies now.
We'll
can
get
someone
your
help
shiny.
me with my
I'll-
shiny?
As
I'll
you're
help you with
you're
your shiny.
motioning with it, she actually kind of walks around the counter, and the moment she kind of starts moving, it actually becomes surprisingly organic. She goes from a very stiff movement behind the counter to way more of a natural movement as she comes around. She comes up to Wizard Tud and she grabs the brooch, and you see her hands kind of shift into like a sewing press, and they just, and with one little click, just it clasps on the front of you. All of the side effects that you had on your wearing of your cloak have been removed.
I think that'll work just perfectly for you.
You notice that
Thank
Tud's
you.
posture is a lot better the moment that brooch went on.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, Tud, look it looks so good. You have shinies.
I know, right? I love my shinies.
And I just like start dancing around him saying shiny, 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 shiny.
I just want to
shiny,
pat the
shiny.
two of them on the heads and be like, okay, let's get out of here.
I don't know if any of you guys noticed, but you did see behind her, I totally forgot to mention it, A little bit behind her to the left, you do see a glass case that seems to have a bunch of red liquids stored inside of little shelves here. Just gonna make sure that was aware as well.
Oh, what
Probably-
are those?
Probably health potions.
Did you just ask her how much are those and just point in the general direction?
Yeah.
Oh, these.
She shifts over there very, very casually. She goes over, and with one little push of her hand up against the bottom right corner, the cabinet opens automatically. And the cabinet, the moment it opens, you see a beam of white light erupt from behind it, causing them all to look really cool. They all kind of slightly extend out and unfold in various different ways. Her hand then continues to pick up one of the smaller ones, the bottom.
Now this is a potion of healing. This would cost you 25 gold pieces. Now if you would like a stronger suitable potion, the next highest up is a greater potion of healing, and that one would go for about 100 gold pieces.
No, we'll be back for those.
No problem.
She then turns, puts it back in, and as she turns around, it all just kind of folds back up into there. As you can see on the wall, there's probably like 25 potions total, somewhere along those lines.
Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
That'll be all. And I turn around and walk out.
Perfect. Thank you very much for coming to my store.
And you hear
Thanks,
the
big
voice from
giant
the...
mechanic-
You hear, sorry, from the
You're
back,
good.
you just hear the other voice go, "Thank you."
Bye, big mechanical shiny lady.
Bye, little Naki.
Eleanor, did you hear that? She knew my name.
Let's get out. We have stuff to go do.
She knew my name. She knew my name. She knew my name. She knew my name.
When we step out of the store, can I roll perception and see if I see the gnome girl?
Yeah.
That's a 6.
You know nothing.
You don't see anything, but you are looking.
I'm blinded by the sun. I can't see a damn thing.
Blinded by the light.
As you guys are
what
walking,
first?
you guys are back out and about. You would probably, since you don't know the city very well, you'd probably have to make your way back to the tavern to then follow the directions, just because of how busy it is right now. So I don't know who's taking point or how you guys are doing this, but you guys are back out of the shop and ready to go.
Since I led before, I'll lead again.
Okay.
I will be in the very back of the group.
Should I do it with, or just regular?
I didn't hear anybody say they're helping you, so.
Well, I said he doesn't even know where he's going.
Oh yeah, you're right. She has the direct. Well, technically, he could get you back to the keep or back to the
yeah,
tavern.
that's where I was planning on going.
I would say just do the
wasn't
whole
taking it
trip
further.
because you just have to pass by it. You probably wouldn't have to go
Okay.
too much. So I'd say the two of you work together. So roll with advantage
Okay.
on perception.
Perception. Oh shit.
You make your
Well-
way. There's a couple of wrong turns, and I would say at this point, by the time you make it there, Eleanor's a little annoyed.
Oh shit.
You do eventually make your way, and it becomes very obvious. You get to once you cross the gate, because you have to go through an actual gate, go from one district to the next. When you get to this district, houses are a bit more spaced. They're not as crammed together like they are in the central district. There's a bit more room. Sometimes they have a little small farm in the back. As you're kind of walking through, the walls are very far out here. Like you can see clear, like probably several miles out. Like there's just a lot of space in this part of the wall. But as you're walking past, you see a lot of homes, people working, and then you see one where the like kind of wooden fence has just all been just shut for a long time and a lot of overgrowth around it. You do approach it and you do see a little sign that was kind of pounded in and written in wood. You see under inspection by Shield of Glydian. But there's no guards around. A lot of them are currently tied up with the what's been going on with Aros.
Cool. Is that the house that we're supposed to be looking for?
It is. To the best of your knowledge, anyways.
Can I roll perception to see what I can see about the house? Like if it looks like it was like broken into or
Yeah,
anything
can I
like
help?
that?
Yeah, you can help.
Can I assist?
Okay. That's an 18.
So as you're looking at it, you see quite a few different things going on. You see in the yard kind of leading up to it, there's a toppled tree. You see an old abandoned wagon. And you notice that the two windows that are on the front little pikes of this house, the little bend outs, the windows are completely shattered and the paint is kind of curdled and abandoned. For how recent his friend must have gone missing that he still thinks that there's hope, it seems a little unnatural that the house is this worn.
There any guards in the area? Can we like approach the house? Or
There's
is it, like,
no
blocked
guards
off?
from what you've noticed. They're all busy in the central district dealing with the arena and what's been going on there.
Is it like blocked off, or can we not enter the premises?
It's not really, I mean, there's like a chain wrapped around very daintily, but you could probably climb over the fence. It's probably only like 3-4 feet tall. It's not really meant to stop anybody. It's more meant to keep maybe some, animals tended to.
Okay.
Kyle
can
OS
we-
version 4.312.
Dude,
Oh my
read
god.
further up in chat.
I'm
Fucking
sorry.
Probably grabbing his charging cord, running low on power after that laugh.
God damn.
I'm gonna turn to the party and just say, well, how do you guys want to proceed? It looks like this has been abandoned for quite some time.
Well, I mean, Sam did ask us to look around in the manor, so I think we should go have a look in there and see what we can find. I mean, he may have just disappeared with all the other people, but just to be sure.
Yeah, I agree with that, Eleanor. Let's head on in. I just climb over the chain and start walking towards the door.
I'm gonna see if I can break the chain, or take it off at least.
You could try lock picking if you have a kit, or
I do.
Okay.
I do.
All right, I'd roll sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand. Oh, an 8.
You're struggling.
Can I come up and help? And roll sleight of hand myself? No. Okay.
She's got
Alright, screw it, I'm
she's
off
got
in
the
the
ability
fence.
to use those tools. General checks like that you can
Ah.
help with, but like when it comes down to like specialty stuff, like that's just more of like their own ability.
Okay.
All right, we're hopping the fence. Who needs help over this fence?
I'd say nobody's short here. I'm pretty sure.
Well, and if it's just a chain, we could probably walk under it anyway, right? Or
It's,
does
it's
it
just a chain
go
around a
all the way to
wooden
the ground?
fence. I don't know if I conveyed this the right way. It is a wooden
Oh.
gate, little right there, with a chain wrapped between it to keep it shut. But again, it
Gotcha.
only goes about 4 feet tall, so just a simple mantle could get it right across. Because
do
Hrudal
it.
could just jump it, and I don't even make him do a check. It's that easy.
I'm
Okay, let's
too
ju-
tall.
Let's jump it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say everybody, because we don't have any short characters, can just get over that, no problem.
I mean, is 5'5" short?
Not short. I mean, it would still be enough that you'd have to
Wait.
probably mantle it, but again, it's almost
Wait.
4 feet tall, 3.5, somewhere in there.
I lied. I'm 5'11", just kidding.
I'm 5'4", I think. I don't remember, but I'm not that tall, but I'm also not that short.
Anyway, we hop over the fence. Cool, let's go.
Cool. You guys get into there. I'm just kind of like, all right, let's get it. Can you guys see the map?
This
All I see is the D&D logo.
Okay.
D&D.
Same.
That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Only see the logo.
One moment, everybody.
I mean, I can see the manor.
If you go to images and maps, they have the manor there. Whoa.
Oh. Oh. Okay, found it. Where is my character sheet?
Share
Well,
sheet.
it pops that out like an image, so you
Yeah.
have to move it around a little bit.
Oh,
Can you guys see it at this point?
I see it. I just.
It's still just on like the main screen. It still just shows the D&D logo, but we
If
can
you do
open up
images,
the image of the map.
If you do the images and maps, there's an arrow that you can click that will make it go into the
Oh.
Oh,
right next to the X.
All right.
look at that. We're SMRT.
Smart.
SMRT.
I'm just curious if you're gonna be able to see what's on here. I'm just gonna put an NPC on the. All right. Apologies, everybody. Hold on one moment.
We are experiencing some technical difficulties at this time. Please stand by.
I did not expect that to be as loud as it was, but you know.
Please
sometimes-
wait. We are
Yeah.
experiencing technical difficulties.
That's pretty good.
Thanks.
Mr. Money, please don't crash your car while watching the D&Ds.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Money. We love you, but don't crash.
Okay, I should be able to put your tokens out. I figured it out. But I'm just curious if you guys see it. That's the question. So if I put Eleanor's token out, you guys see that token on the map?
Negative cap.
No, sir.
Uno momento, everybody. Hold on one moment.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Lynn, want to come give me assistance really quick?
The fairy tale wow for the.
Whoa, I'm Horadal.
Can you guys close the map on all your sides so that you have only maybe mine if it shows up?
Yeah, I closed mine.
Close
just
the
to
map.
see.
Yours also still isn't showing up on our end. At least that I can tell.
That one
there
show
it
up?
is. There.
Oh.
Yeah, it just forced it in. I can't see my character sheet now though.
Is it over top your character sheet?
Did you?
It just like takes presence over the entire page.
So
Okay.
you have to
If
like
you-
drag
Oh,
it. Like,
wait.
Yeah, drag
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
and then the little thing.
Okay, try putting an NPC on it now, maybe? Or somebody?
Oh, hang on. Let me pull this back up.
Oh, there's a circle.
Yeah, I just put that there.
Oh.
Do that.
It's just pointer.
Okay. Can you delete that circle?
Actually been trying to figure out this whole time how to.
If
Hold
you
on,
right click
what?
on it
Oh,
and
that's
do
like a
pointers,
radius.
it should be a remove pointers.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Okay. Let me see here. Sorry, guys. We should have practiced the token part here, but bear with us for just a quick moment.
Or SMRT.
We try to be real smart around this place.
Uh-huh. Y'all heard what Bobby said.
Okay. Can you guys drag your token out? If you click on your player, the top right is your token.
Wait, say that again, Ricky.
Open your player sheet. At the very top right of the player sheet is a little token piece. You click on that and drag it.
I've tried multiple times.
Yeah, that doesn't work for
Same.
me either.
It does not do it.
Interesting.
Just like makes it go opaque and then doesn't do anything.
Paint effect, line of sight, mask. There's lots of like editing images here. That's real fine and dandy here. You see that? It's real beautiful. Hold on a moment, everybody.
While you're waiting, I have to hear Kyle. What's your Mountain Dew ranks? Let's hear it. You're muted.
Numero uno.
Okay, traditional Mountain Dew. All right.
Yep. Goju's probably in there. And then it depends. Are we counting like all the game fuels that were released back in the day, or is it just what you can get right now?
Just what you can get right now.
So Sam's Club actually has a berry monsoon is what it's called. That one I like a lot too.
I haven't had that one either. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. Is it only at Sam's Club?
It's only at Sam's Club.
This stream brought to you by Mountain Dew.
We wish.
Sponsored by Kyle because I am the meme.
He loves Mountain Dew. It's his favorite.
Oh no, I love Costco, but I just had a buddy who's like, "Hey, let's go to Sam's Club." We saw that there. I was like, "Dang, it's pretty good."
Huh.
What about you?
Voltage is always number one.
It's good.
Voltage is great.
There's that. I can't remember what it's called. It has a picture of a shark on it, and the shark has like nothing to do with it. Yeah, and then every time I look at it, I'm just like, "Hey, wait, what does the shark have to do with frostbite?" But whatever.
It's a shark riding ice.
I don't pay that close of attention.
I'm a pun major. I go to school for 5 years for that. I'm just kidding.
And then I don't know if they still have it, but there was the blackout one.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the dark grape. I don't know if that's still out. If that one's not, then it would be the all white one.
Whiteout?
Yes.
I have a Mountain Dew to show you guys. Hold on.
Just gonna come back with a giant fake Mountain Dew bottle.
Do you remember the one that competed with Voltage, the lighter blue one?
I don't remember that one being very good. And I see Mr. Money in chat saying Baja Blast A1. I will agree with you, but only if it's from a fountain from Taco Bell.
Yes.
If it's in a plastic bottle or a can, it is not the same. It does not taste as good.
Yeah.
Only Taco Bell Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I liked the light blue one more than I liked Voltage.
I don't even remember the light.
I can't even remember.
Livewire.
Oh, Livewire, yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
That's probably number 4 for me.
Hot take here, Code Red is very overrated.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Agreed.
thank you.
It's my sister's favorite.
Bobby, shut up. Orange is great.
Okay. I have a Japanese Mountain Dew.
Just kidding, Bobby.
flavor.
I love you.
Wait, what?
Is it the
Hold
grape
on,
one?
let's
Is it
see
the grape
this.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby Radcup here. He bought me that one. Yeah.
Huh.
It was Revolution.
Revolution. Okay.
Yeah, it was a wild berry fruit. Describe the taste as a cross between Whiteout and Baja Blast.
I mean, I can see that being pretty good, but I mean, Voltage is just superior in every way.
Yeah.
Did you like it, Kyle? The grape one?
Yeah, no, it was really good. It tasted similar to the Blackout, but it was a little more grapey rather than that darker grape flavor.
Whoa. Things are happening.
Is there a place that you can find that locally?
Bobby, bought it. I think, Bobby, didn't you get that shipped?
Yeah, I got mine shipped.
Oh, okay.
Do you want it? It's
I mean, I'd try it. I haven't drank soda in a while, so
It's not open. I'll give it to Taya on Monday.
I was gonna say just hold on to it next time I'm over.
Or that too.
Yeah, do that.
I'll just do that then.
Do that.
I'll try it, but I'm trying not to drink soda anymore. So
You can just try it.
yeah,
It's from Japan, dude. I
been
ordered
weird.
it.
I
Special
see.
order.
can't
Okay.
drink my root beer anymore. It's
You
my
guys
crutch.
see the board.
Yes,
I
we can. I can see the
yes.
tokens.
Can you interact
Yeah.
with your tokens?
Yes.
Mhm.
Hey.
Sweet.
Cool. With that, let's switch back and let's actually play this game, huh? How about that? Huh?
Yeah. No more.
And my
our
display
ad
isn't showing.
section for Mountain Dew is done. So
All right. I'm gonna use my robot voice and
I'm gonna go grab a voltage really quick.
Hell yeah.
thank you for your patience. Now resuming Dungeons and Dragons.
Do you practice that?
Do I practice it?
It was pretty
Not
good.
really. Thanks. I just kind of do it every once in a while.
just anytime she's in front of a mirror, she's like, I gotta nail this next time I do it.
I do.
Okay, I can't see the screen and Twitch. There it goes.
Yeah.
He's working on it.
I'm
It-
fixing it. Yeah, one
I just
second.
alt tabbed to it and I was like, where the heck did the screen go?
Literally as I set everything up here, it disappeared once I switched my processor around.
I usually just practice it in the car. I pretend to be the navigation when I'm driving with Ricky, and I'll talk to him and tell him things.
I do the same thing.
So you guys can figure out your
Please turn
marching
left.
order right here. Say down in this bottom area. Anywhere behind the stump, you can kind of figure that out.
Anywhere behind the
Marching.
stump.
Yeah, anywhere behind the stump, you guys can kind of figure it out. Really quick, as you guys are walking up here, anybody doing anything else as you guys approach, or are you guys just going to make it up to here this way?
We just jumped over the gate, correct? And we're just kind of walking to the building at this point.
I would say you're walking to the building. You're not here just yet, but I just want to know your
Okay.
position as you guys would approach.
I kind of want to
Uh,
investigate this wagon.
Okay.
I think I jumped over first,
Yeah, you did, and I.
so I'll be close over to the door since.
I
You
was
got to be
was
behind
trying
the
to pick the
stump by
lock.
the time everything starts. So
But the like tree that's fallen over, or
yeah, behind, like below that would be about where you guys are. At the closest.
Eh.
Oh my god. Just read the chat.
Which part of it?
Josh.
There was a lot that went on.
All right.
Did you see what Mr. Money said first?
Every 60 seconds, a minute passes in Africa.
It's true.
oh, Ricky, when you have a sec, check your DMs. Just want to know if I'm good.
Let me check them real quick while we got a split second.
What fucking marching order is this, guys?
Yes.
I'm just over here by the fucking wagon. I don't give a shit.
So as you guys are approaching, I didn't hear anything else, so we'll just kind of go with it as it is. You guys are approaching up. I didn't hear anything crazy. Paying immediately focused on the wagon. But as you guys are approaching, you faintly hear a bit of rustling from inside, and then nothing.
Hey, we should probably go investigate that.
Are
Uh,
there
that's a
any?
Paying,
Are
I
there
would
any
say,
windows that we can see through?
there's two on the left and right side of those little cutouts here, but everything else, no. Paying, when you get to the wagon, it's been picked clean. Like even just a basic investigation, anything that was on it is gone.
Okay. So
Can Can I roll my perception and try and do the thing, Ricky?
Yeah.
It does not work. I'm waiting for that moment, man.
I'd say I give you your one that you earned from a good explanation today.
So just roll again.
Roll again.
Come on, baby. Yeah!
Also,
22!
Just a reminder to those of you in chat, if you do have the channel points coming up here, you can help your favorite players out. Nobody's has been redeemed today, so you can redeem some channel points to do that. I am also, again, this isn't trying to add money out or anything. There is the ability, if you do tip 500 bits, you can pick somebody as well to give them that buff as well. So if you are looking to assist with the stream, or if you're looking at being a little bit more interactive, that's how you know. All that aside, as you guys are walking up, Rudol, using your ability, you can tell that there was a group of individuals who just recently got into this house. The door may be shut, but you can tell based off of the disoriented cobble and mud that kind of grows up to the door, that there is probably at least a few sets of tracks. And not a small amount either.
If I recall, when we made the ability, am I able to tell how many people are inside the house if anyone is there?
Ooh. I'm pretty sure you you can tell roughly what they are. They look humanoid in nature. And based off of your roll, you know that they're well into this house. From the outside looking in, maybe a little bit closer with that roll, like if you got inside, you could find a better direction. But you can see definitely going up to the door that they are in the house.
Okay, for a split second, when I start to realize all this, I'm gonna stop the party and just turn and, like, in kind of a hush whisper, guys, just a heads up here so we know what we're getting into. There's tracks leading into this house. Now, I don't know how many there are, but there's something in here, so we need to tread lightly.
Probably try and sneak in then, be quiet.
I would agree with that. I don't quite know what we're up against just yet, but there's something here.
Do we get to fight it?
Well, I'd hope so.
Heck
Well,
yeah.
Let's be quiet for now.
Oh, right. yeah.
Should we roll our stealths, or?
Yeah, if you guys are gonna try and stealth up to there, I need a stealth check from everybody.
I am not stealthy. That's an 11.
It's a 17 from me.
17.
21.
Oh, dang.
From now on.
21.
Nice.
Naki,
21?
the coolest sneaky person going in.
I should have disadvantage. I'm gonna reroll.
17.
Are you wearing, like, heavy armor or something?
I should have heavy armor. 15.
All right. So as you guys are walking up, I'd say overall you guys are doing pretty good. You're all kind of creeping down. Some of you making a little bit more sound, but I'd say for the large size of the group, it's kind of going through fairly smooth. You guys are kind of getting up to the door. I'd say you guys can get up to the wall, generally up there in the front, just fine. Rudol, having what you've done, you notice that as you get to the door is just lightly opened, like just ever so faintly. It's kind of pressed up against the frame, but not closed. Using your ability, you can very, very faintly hear whispering inside. Nobody else can hear anything like this, by the way. You can very faintly hear a bit of like they're aware that maybe you're here.
I think I've already given the party enough of a heads up.
Okay.
Like I feel like at this point collectively we know something's in there.
Okay.
Am I able to tell anything more? It's just the whispering?
You can hear again. The direction's hard because the sound is coming from the crack in the door, and you just know that it's behind that door. You don't know if it's directly to the right because again, it feels like it's coming from the right, but based off of how that sound may be traveling, it might be from the left. It might be further in. You can't really get a grip on it from here.
Can I try and just like lightly push the door open, like ever so slowly, and try and open it up a little bit more so I might be able to tell a little bit more information?
Yeah, roll another stealth check for me.
Shit, they're always a disadvantage. That's better. That's 14.
So you're able to push it open. You don't hear any like sudden movements, but as the door moves a little bit, you can tell that the light from the outside is being let in. So you can definitely tell that even with your like ability to move it, the light would kind of give it off, and as that happens, you hear the stop.
I want to try to sneak in.
Okay, roll a stealth check, see if you can't get through.
23.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay.
You can go through the door.
Okay. I'm gonna sneak in and kind of come in to the right.
As he gets to the right, you hear, "Hold it there, bud." And a couple of figures are off in the behind you here. You see one right there. Or hear one, I should say. Sorry, I gotta set the visibility for these bad boys over here. Okay. So now you hear, as they say that, you hear the cocking of a couple of crossbow bolts. You just hear that.
Can I do evasion to see if I can get behind this wall? And have a line sight?
You have 3 crossbows trained to your head. I would, if I don't really understand what you think you might be doing there, but you might want to just put your stick down.
Quick question for DM.
Mm-hmm.
Is the blunderbow loaded already, or would I have
Oh, you
to...
had it loaded. You probably have to
Okay.
cock it, but the hardest part about loading that is putting the scrap in the actual chamber.
Okay. Just double checking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just gonna raise my hand slowly up in the air.
By the way, everyone else doesn't hear this. Harudal can hear them kind of talking. The door and the wind and like the normal like kind of movement outside is enough to kind of have that not really be perceptibly heard for the rest of you. But Harudal, you heard them loud and clear. You know there's multiple.
Can I at this point tell how many there are, or just that there is multiple?
You can tell that there are 3. Your ability is really strong, so...
I'm going to turn and look at everyone else. I do have my crossbow at the ready. I just want to note I'm holding it for a reaction, just in case something happens. I can just peek in and let it fly. But I'm going to turn to everybody else and just signal 3 and quiet.
As this is going on, as you... Pang, have you kind of put your staff down?
Yeah, I'm slowly setting it down.
Okay, you set it to the ground, kind of keeping your hands up. As that happens, 2 more figures walk out over here. And they both are eyeing you.
Yo, when I just forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry, not to get everything all confused here. Gotta just set the visibility, which is actually really handy if we weren't playing a live campaign where I have to show everything. But 2 more figures walk out here, and they both as they kind of walk out, make eye contact with you, and you see one of them ready their hand crossbow, and the other one pulls his sword out of his sheath and is kind of like spinning his sword. And you see this guy is kind of clad in some like normal clothes with a little hood over his head, very dirty, and currently chewing on a toothpick, looking at you, and he's like, "Look at that little fucking pussy over there. Look at him, right down on the fucking ground. You look like you got the biggest bitch face I ever did see. You want to know something real fucked up though? I was always good at killing cats." And he kind of like almost sits down at the table, and you hear another door from the back corner here, and another figure walks out with his friend as they all kind of enter the room here. They, from your best intention, seeing as they're all revealing themselves, Harudal, they're only aware that there was someone walking up to the door. They're not aware that there was a whole group coming here. So
can I now tell exactly how many are in there?
I would say it's getting muddied now. I would say there's more than 5.
Okay, I'm gonna hold up 5 fingers for them, just so that they know for sure there's 5, and just kind of signal that like I'm ready with the crossbow, but I don't know what to do.
I'm gonna signal for you to fucking go.
You see him motion his finger. You hear him from the back here. I think you should go down there and tend to our friend. And you hear from behind you, Pang. You hear someone just a slap of a bat to the back of his hand. You hear this too, Harudal, as someone's just walking towards Pang.
Is it just to make sure it's the guy that's moving closer to the door, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to real quick. Varian, are you on the left of me or the right?
Right.
I'm gonna look dead at you and signal I'm gonna like kick open the door. And
this guy just got here and he's starting to push on the door back to closed. So as you guys are kind of communicating this, you hear the door starting to move. Pang, you're starting to freak the fuck out because there's a ton of dudes around you and no one's coming for you yet.
Bash the door open.
Okay, yeah, I'm kicking open the door and I'm gonna let the blunderbow loose on the first person I see.
All right, rolling initiative here. Roll NPC initiatives.
Oh.
Actually, funny enough, don't worry about yours. I can roll everybody's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I don't know where that is.
It's right by your armor class, just to the right.
Now, you guys all did amazing. Holy shit. Okay. So as this happens, so there's a couple of things we have to do here.
Yep.
I'm going to leave this kind of visible here on the stream for you guys so we can keep track. Let me begin the combat. But as this happens, you bash open the door, right, Harudal? Roll a strength check to see how aggressively you do that, because this figure is like standing directly in front of the door.
That's fucking 19.
Okay, so you bash that open, and he actually gets hit by the door and topples to the ground right about there.
Okay.
I would
Prone?
say, yeah, he went prone.
Damn.
I would say with that, one of you would have the ability, the first 3 squares inside, so this square, and this square, are accessible from those of you at the door. So you guys could breach in if you want to, or stay back.
Let's do it. No, let's go.
All right.
I'm real quick, just to make sure, since I was holding my reaction, am I able to attack before combat
pop
starts?
open. Yeah, we're getting to that. I want to make sure you guys kind of get positioning here.
Yeah, just curious.
All right, so Varian quickly ducks to the left, has his blade out. You see him kind of quickly come in, like, don't you touch Pang. Really briefly here, you hear the figure as you guys breach in and knock the friend over. I would say you guys, the 3 of you make it in with the other 2 of you kind of out here, right? Does that look about right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to say I didn't go all the way through the door. I'm still like back right here. I just kind of peeked around.
Okay.
If you're cool with that, I can be in the door. It's up to you.
We'll put it like right there. There's a good semblance of you peeking around. You have Eleanor who kind of came through. Are you carrying your short sword, Eleanor?
Oh yeah, I got that ready. I'm
Okay,
ready
or
to
do you have your
stab a
bow?
bitch. No, I'm ready to stab a bitch.
So you come out with your sword. You're peeking around the right side. Varian has his Amaterasu ready to go. It's not really like out like he would have it. You can just tell he's got it out from his sheath partially, and he's just ready to go. And Hrudal turns with this monster of a bow, and that figure's laying on the ground. And you see the whole room shift. You hear like bows kind of being moved around, and you hear the figure on the left that you can see kind of wearing a it looks like a sailor's cap, and he's got kind of a dirty face, a very grisly beard, as he just kind of walks, and he's got his crossbow. He's got like a full-size crossbow, and he's kind of looking you guys up and down, and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what y'all are planning to do here, but let's just let's kind of calm down with the trigger pulls. How about that?
Nope.
How about you maybe not slay my brother?
How about maybe you guys leave us to our business here? How about that?
How about you give me some information about the missing friend we got here, huh?
Missing
Why
friend.
are you
This place
talking
has
in a
been
Jersey accent, Lee?
No.
missing friend here, Dad. I don't know what you're talking about. We've just been coming here to collect up on supplies.
How long?
Probably a good month or so.
So what?
You guys are
happened
coming
to
up on our territory here.
What happened to the owner of this mansion?
I mean, I don't know if you heard, but they kind of went missing quite a bit ago. But my usually aren't around these parts.
Missing how?
What was that?
Missing how?
They don't know. I just, as far as I heard from the investigation, he just kind of, maybe disappeared.
Like ran off in the middle of the night, disappeared, like poof magic disappear.
I don't know what you're talking about, lady. All I know is that the people that once lived here don't live here anymore.
Hmm.
You guys are all kind of like bracing with your weapons, still staring each other down.
Look at Hordell like I don't know what to do next.
These two over here are keeping their eyes on you with one of them with their bow. The one that was talking to you like a cat is currently like he got his stuff back up and is ready to go. But
how
Pang, you're gonna grab your staff back.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up since my friends are here now.
As you start to pick it up, you hear the leader from the other side. Whoa, 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 whoa! I think you guys are getting the wrong point here. Let's just calm this whole thing down. How about you say you drop a bit of your coin there on the floor, and we let you guys go about your business.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Hearing this, can I let my attack go now?
Yeah, go for it. And with that, we go into initiative.
I'm gonna attack that one there.
Oh, you're shooting over the prone one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I guess maybe I should ask first. Would I have disadvantage since it's a ranged weapon? If I shoot the prone guy?
He's 5 feet away from you, so no. If you're right next to him, yes, but within 5. Actually, I think it's under 5 feet. You get disadvantage, if I recall.
Okay. I think I'm still gonna attack this one because he's close enough for melee that the two right here hopefully will be able to take care of it.
I can stab him. That's
No
okay.
promises.
Yikes! That's a 6.
That's a 6. Okay. I would say you giving the surprise of the attack. I'm gonna just be very nice here and give you advantage on that one.
That's a natural 20.
Oh wow. Okay. Roll critical
was really
damage
nice.
on Blunderbow.
Oh,
Jesus
no.
fucking Christ.
Hold on. I don't know how to roll crit
It's
on it.
dead.
So I'll just roll. Oh, never mind. It rolled crit by itself. That's 56 damage, bro. Let's go.
Holy shit!
The guy's head's blown off.
So with that, you guys see from as he just, you hear him just go no, and then you hear the, and the shrapnel, having been precisely loaded, shoots this small cone. It goes into him, and you see his whole top torso ripped to shreds, and he drops like a slump behind him. Half the torso, bow bits are flying around, and he is no more. That man's is obliterated. And with that, though, none of the rest of you who are there are melee characters and don't have the initial jump after he fires, but there are people with trained bows going on here. So a couple of these guys are going to take their turns here.
Real quick, I just don't know how this works for sure. Am I able to start reloading the bow?
On your turn, you have to cause your action.
Just on the turn. Okay, just
because you're able to pull the trigger, but what was that?
Yeah.
Quick question for DM. Since I was already starting to grab my.
You picked up your staff, but you're still kind of in that partial, like, still had bows tracked on you. The two on the right have them on you, and the two on the left have adjusted over towards the figures here, and the three on the left have adjusted towards the people who opened the door, and the one on the ground has not. It doesn't have quick access to his stuff. So, seeing as that happens, the moment that trigger fires, a bunch of things happen. Thankfully, one of them is just completely toast. So you hear his crossbow as he's obliterated. There's a little as the fucking string doesn't even connect to the bolt because it got shattered so much. But these other folks here, they do decide to take their attacks. Okay. All right. So first one takes a shot, and that one was at Varian. You're at a 16, right? I know the sheet's still wrong.
Correct.
Okay, so one of them goes a little bit to your, like, just to your left. It hits the door, and you kind of feel the wind of it come by. Definitely not a well-tuned crossbow. The next one takes a swing, or takes a shot. And this one actually is shooting at Eleanor. You hear the bolt kind of go right above your head. Not very good shots, these guys, to be completely honest with you. The other one takes a shot. You guys get out of here. Stop looking at my stuff. Oof, okay. The other one takes a shot at Varian and gets a crit. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't have much I can do, but thankfully it's not a very good crossbow. You do get, as this happens, you guys hear his crossbow. It's a bigger one. You hear the as the bolt presses forward with a you hear a as it slams into Varian's left shoulder. And this bolt is probably like a solid inch in diameter here, as it punctures through your left shoulder, and you take 8 damage from that.
It hurts.
Shit. The other two then proceed to take a shot at Ping here. One goes wild. Basically, he shot as you're like kind of bending down. The second one takes another shot. Oh God, guys, sorry, I'm rolling good tonight. That one was a crit. With that, the second one You hear the thud of the first one. You're like, you kind of like shudder a little bit. The second one comes with a thud, and this one goes, and you see it press into your chest, like right at the top of your neck, or right at the bottom of your neck, and you actually take 11 points of piercing damage. It penetrates through. It hurt.
Yeah, I'm down.
Pang, as you guys see this start, just from the beginning altercation, Pang just kind of topples over. And with that, we are now in combat. And first up, based off of the order I see here, is Eleanor. What are you going to do on your turn here, Eleanor? Seeing that Pang just got fucking wrecked and Varian is already hurt.
A dude here in front of me, banded 5.
Mm-hmm.
He's prone, right?
Yep.
I want to stab that motherfucker.
Okay. I'm assuming you move up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're just gonna roll an attack with your short sword.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out where my stuff went.
I think you just have to set it as equipped.
Yeah, I know. It's somewhere
Under
in
inventory.
Here. I had it equipped.
There you go. I got you.
Oh, it's under actions. That's why.
There you go.
Okay.
Don't worry. By the next time we do this, we'll have this shit mastered.
Okay, 16 to hit.
And you have advantage on that, but I'm pretty sure that was more than enough.
Roll for crit.
I wish. Ew, 7 damage.
7 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Actually, I think you can even target people in this. This is stuff that we got to learn. You can even like pick your target.
There's a little target thing, and then if you click on target and then click the person you want to target, it'll say targets whatever bandit, and then you can clear target.
Okay, and you were attacking bandit 5, and that was with 7 damage, you said? Okay, so as you see him on the ground, the moment everything goes down, you immediately lash out with a chopping motion on this guy, and you immediately decimate his left arm. In fact, you see as he's scrambling, you cleaved right through his left arm, and while he's still hanging on, his left arm is still on the ground. So you completely ripped that thing off. And he is currently like kind of scrambling backwards with just a and blood kind of spatters everywhere.
Good.
All right.
Good.
Nasty. Okay. And end of your turn?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Then with that, we got Hrudal. Are you listed as dead?
I don't know why it would be.
Says your HP's full. Anyways, just going.
I am actually going to retreat back right here.
Okay.
And begin the reload process for the bow.
So you immediately slink your backpack over. You kind of quickly are patting around. You weren't really like fully prepared for this, so you're kind of digging out, and you find a couple of little bags of, or like a full bag of scrap, and you're starting to like grab palmfuls and trying to load it into your bow. You make eye contact as you kind of shuffle around with Naki and Tud, and your expression is like, "Oh shit!" Like shit is lit in there. Anything else?
That'll be the end of my turn.
No. All right. See, the thing is with him is he either just blows people up or he just kind of hangs out.
Yeah. I mean, 56 damage in 1 hit. Like, good God.
All right. So moving to Peng. It auto-rolled your death save, and it said it was a failure. So just letting you know, Peng is struggling over there. And with that, we then move over to Naki.
I am gonna move here. And then I am going to use Bardic. Hordal, are you still alive?
Yeah, I haven't taken any damage.
I didn't think so. Okay. I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration on him.
Nice, thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
What song do you serenade me with, Naki? I need to know. I need to
Bodies
know
hit the
how
floor.
inspired I am.
I don't know. You put me on.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Yeah, actually, funny story. Sorry, my uncle was in Iraq, and that's what they used to play before they'd go and do patrols, or if they had to do like a firefight or something.
Really?
I'm serious,
I don't know how that's
yeah.
a funny story.
That's
well,
a
Tight.
psychological
Tight, though.
warfare.
yeah, but
Very
anyway,
American.
I don't want to alert the people inside because I'm a little bit scared. Because I haven't fought anywhere besides an arena, so I have no idea what to do. So I'm just like, Dolly, you can do it. I'm scared, but you got this.
They
I'm
might.
just being
Very
a cheerleader. I'm being a cheerleader lately because I keep forgetting songs.
The level of 1 to 10, I am inspired out of 10 right now.
Beautiful. And with that, we then pan back to Varian, who's reeling from the bolt that just hit him.
He's fine. Just a flesh wound. Alright, I'll move up into range of this guy.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my Great Weapon Master, so I'll take -5 to the hit chance, but 10 to the damage.
Okay. And he is still prone, so.
Advantage.
Yep.
Dope. Just straight roll. No, I did that wrong.
Oh,
But
no, I can
13
see
and
both of
19.
them. The 19 and 19 definitely hits.
Okay. See if this works right.
You guys said you got plus 10 damage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tell me how you finished that guy.
As he's scurrying away without his left arm, I hear him slip off the right arm and go across his neck.
Oh,
Jesus.
brutal. So, yeah, just his other arm, you hear him, "Ah!" And then the last little thing is just as his head topples to the ground and his torso just drops. And you hear the guys in the room just going, oh, shit. And
I'm gonna use the rest of my movement.
Mm-hmm.
Get here, and then bonus action, I'm gonna use a second wind. So it's D10 plus fighter level. So
Okay.
just roll D10 and then it's +1. So 9. And that's my turn.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Wait, like you did 9 damage to him?
Oh no! I use second wind to heal for
Yeah.
HP.
Oh, okay.
No, as he's kind of rushing over there, you just kind of see just like a solid motion as the bolt comes out, and you just chuck it to the ground, and the guy who's currently reloading his hand crossbow is rushing through it as you rush up to him, and he's terrified as you just seemingly tank the shot from his boss as you bum rushed him. And with that, we move over to Tud. What are you doing there, Tud?
I am gonna run into here so that I can see and assess the situation.
Okay.
And I believe in my wizard abilities today. So, we are going to do magic missile on, let's do Bandit 6.
On Bandit 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
9.
So you see, as you kind of walk through, Tud is like surprisingly tactical as he peers through the door, and with his bolt, you just see a line, and you just hear, and these large little missiles of magic just go flying across the room. A big old beam of light in this otherwise very dark manner, and you see as it all taps that one right there. You see one in his left leg, one in his kind of right hip area, and the other one on his top left shoulder. And he takes a beating with that really quickly. He is struggling. He even drops down to a knee, blood kind of gushing out, but he's still kicking, just barely. All right. Is there anything else you're doing with your turn there, bud?
I'm gonna take this move to there, and that's it.
Okay. So he kind of rushes over behind Eleanor, and with that, we then pan back over to the bandit captain, who reloads his crossbow and sees Varian rushing his friend and takes a shot.
Don't do it.
Ooh, and it just because you're rushing so fast, it goes wide right behind you. You hear as it kind of slams into the wall behind you. And he then kind of backs up a little bit. And that will be the end of his turn. We then move over to Bandit 1 here. Pan on this map.
It's that little gold thing in the bottom with the little arrows.
Oh, okay.
If you just click on it and hold and then just move your mouse around, it'll
Oh,
pan.
that's so nice. Okay. Good thing I brought you guys along. This would be very difficult otherwise. Okay. With that, this one over here on the other... where did... Oh, I think he's dead. Are you dead? You're dead! Why are you still here? Get out. Nobody likes you. You smell like cheese. And the one in front of Varian, as he's loaded his crossbow, and because he's so terrified of what's about to happen, he just fires with disadvantage, point blank. Oh, he definitely misses. Well, let's see if he misses worse. As his crossbow shoots, you're kind of pulling the bolt out. As you do that, you kind of just move your head to the right. The bolt goes flying past, but wide enough that it doesn't hit Eleanor or anybody else. And you rush up close as you hear the of the bow as it's kind of reeling still. And he's now weaponless basically, and you're in his face. And you probably smell the faint smell of shit emanating from his pants.
Gross.
With that, we move over to the other side where the folks that were picking on Mr. Pang over here then fire their crossbow, this time at Eleanor. Ooh, 15?
Just barely.
So the crossbow, and you hear just a as it slams into Eleanor's side. Ooh. Was almost a bad day for you, but it's a good day because it just nips you on the side, just kind of skims from the side. You take two piercing damage. The next bandit takes his shot, and they are struggling over here. This one wanted to shoot at Pang even though he's down. He's kind of a fucked up dude, so he takes a shot at Pang, but it just goes wide to his side. Thankfully that guy doesn't know how to aim his crossbow that well. And with that, we move over back to Eleanor here. Hey.
Dude
What are
that
you gonna
just
do?
shot me.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is he from me?
He's this one. That is 5, 10, 15, 20. Actually, I can turn the grid back on. Hopefully that helps.
If he's within range, can you just move me up to him so I can fucking stab him?
What's your speed? Because if you move 30, you can only move almost to him. That, or you can switch to your bow.
I'll switch to my bow. Let's just do that.
So you just use your bonus action. You see you like quickly sheath your sword and swing your bow back around and pop an arrow into it.
Yep.
You take a shot there.
Does a 15 hit?
I'm pretty sure it does. 1 second. Yeah. So as you release, you see the arrow as it's being exchanged back. This time it goes flailing in his direction. Roll for damage.
Six damage.
As that kind of goes up to him. Oh man, every time. Okay, that's bandit 3, and it was 6 damage.
Yeah.
So let me just change a couple of things here. That puts that down. So the arrow goes flying across the room. As it goes through him, you hear it rip through his flesh, and with like a sudden like kind of shudder, he's feeling it. You hear, as he kind of like reels, and he's still trying to reload his crossbow, but that arrow dug into him. And with that, we move to Hirudal.
All right, so blunderbow is now reloaded.
Yep.
Can you turn the grid back on for a second so I can see something?
Yep. There's got to be a tool in here that does measuring, but I just don't know what it is yet.
The circle thing kind of did, but I don't know. Having to make that and delete that every time might be a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Going to move to there.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack the captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the blunderbow.
Okay. So you come rushing through the door with your bow.
Don't forget your bardic inspiration.
Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder, because that was an 11, so... That's much better. That
is way better.
Oh. Isn't bardic inspiration just a certain die roll that you add to your initial one?
Yeah, it's just added.
is it?
Yeah.
So
But still, I mean, it
you roll a
helps.
D4 or D6. I think it's a D6.
It's a D4, I think, right now.
Is it?
Yeah. Nope, it's a D6. Sorry.
It is
So
a
just
D6.
roll a D6,
Yeah, it's a
and then we
D6.
add what you get to that to your initial 11.
So that's a 16 then.
That does it. You rolled damage already.
25.
So as you turn and you're running towards him, you're just bum rushing him. I mean, you literally look like your average Destiny player in the Crucible as you're just kind of bum rushing up to him with a
Just
shotgun.
aping at him.
Yeah,
like,
just
yeah!
aping. As you kind of do your little slide, just kidding. As you kind of run up, you got your blunderbow. You release. You hear the chamber just as the shrapnel ejects out, and you see bits and pieces pepper him from all over. He takes a lot of damage, but Homeboy is like surprisingly covered in like thick leather padding, and it doesn't seem to hurt him as much as he does to the others. So
It's the captain.
yeah, he's kind of the big
That is the
the
captain.
big guy over there, but he's hurting. You definitely hit him hard.
Cool. That being the case, I'm going to stow away the blunderbow and pull out the massive two-handed flail.
While that's going on, you see them all pepper him, and he just drops his crossbow, and you hear a shink as a scimitar kind of comes out, and he spins it around in his hand, and he goes, "Don't worry, I'm gonna have to take you down a peg there, man."
You can try.
We then pan back over to Peng for his save, and he actually succeeds. That's a critical success.
20?
Oh,
Yep.
shit.
You are back, but you are critical. You have 1 HP. Should heal you already automatically. You are critical, but you are good to go. But you are not feeling hot, my man.
No.
Does he still take his turn, right?
Oh, he can take his turn. Yeah, he gets up. You don't have a bonus action. You have your regular action, but and movement, of course. But you are laying prone, so you'd have to take half movement to get up and get back into the fray.
Let's see, 15 feet. I can run in between Eleanor and Tud then, right?
You can go between your party members.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be in between them.
Okay.
And then just be on the defense for anything coming.
Okay, so you see Peng kind of scramble back up and just kind of like pit her over by Eleanor and Tud. Tud's still reeling from the fact that his missile's connected. and Eleanor are currently grinning at the fact that she totally just shreked the dude that shot at her. With that, you're not taking any other actions or anything there, Peng?
Well, I can't move any further.
Okay.
That was only 15 feet.
His
the
bonus
only other
action
I can do.
his bonus action was taken by his revival.
Yeah.
So okay.
Can I do any kind of like other defensive things? Like keeping my staff up, like ready to try to block any arrows or anything like that?
Nothing really. I'm curious if you have the dodge action yet. I'm pretty sure you don't get that till later.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't even have that yet.
Yeah.
I think he gets that at level 3 because he doesn't have key points yet. So. Okay. Yeah, so. Yeah, since he doesn't have key just yet, he just kind of gets himself, he scrambles back. He's reeling from it. Good try though, guys. I appreciate trying to help everybody out. With that, you're not really, I'd say you're kind of like assuming the position, but you're not trained enough yet, Peng, to really understand the posture you would need to do something about it. But you're still very hurt, so it's not coming out the way you might want. With that, we would then move over to Naki.
I go up here, and then I'm going to use cure wounds on my boy Peng over here. And he gets 8 hit points.
Nice. So Naki comes running in, and she like moves her loot to the side, and you see her little white healing glowing magic hovers over your over your torso where the bow has, and you just feel like the pressure of the bolt coming out, and you feel it, the wound not necessarily fully healed back to where it was, but it definitely feels a lot better and is no longer surging with pain.
That brings me up to 9, so.
Yeah.
And then can I use Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action or no?
What does it say? Let me see here.
It's
bonus. Okay. We're getting word that it is a bonus, so you're good to go.
Okay, and I want to use Bardic Inspiration on Varian.
Okay.
Thank you.
So she quickly pulls her lute back out and starts playing a song.
Yeah, and I have a song for
Okay.
you. I wrote it just now. I have some ones prepared that I've just been writing this whole. Now I'm nervous.
You keep putting yourself on the spot.
I know. I like get confident because I write it, and then I'm like, wait, hold on, now I have to do it. Okay, don't look at me. Varian the menacing, blade of steel, bright and glistening. Beat him down, you'll win the crown. There you go. It was horrible.
That was adorable.
I had a different beat in my head, but I got.
Well, Varian, you're feeling very empowered.
Now I'm all fired up.
The worst part about it is the guy is looking directly at you as Naki ends her turn, and it's your turn.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna do Great Weapon Master again.
Okay.
Straight roll. Huh. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Yes.
No!
It was not worth.
9.
Oh shit.
Level up 9 with Bardic Inspiration.
As you rush up, feeling that boost from Naki, you kind of swing wildly, so you just, and it goes like within about 2 inches of his stomach as the guy kind of slightly steps back, and he drops his hand crossbow as this happens, and yeah, it's just kind of reeling both parties from that. You're kind of embarrassed that you didn't land your strike, and he's embarrassed that he just dropped his hand crossbow.
Don't get cocky, kids.
He has to take a straight roll because of his feet. As we move on, then it goes to Wizard Tud, who is currently in a little bit of a gangbang here in the aisle. They are currently just touching each other's butts, real firm like. What are you gonna do, Tud?
Since my first attack landed, I'm feeling super confident in my wizard powers. So I'm gonna run up and way over here. That's like inside my range, right?
Way over that
Roughly
side?
over here.
I would say so. It's like 5,
Let's go,
10,
like,
15, 20.
right there.
Okay, yep.
Let's see, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay. And I am going to attempt Burning Hand.
Okay. Isn't burning hands like you have to be
It's
touching
a-
them?
Yeah.
Well,
I thought it was a
kind of. It's a
melee
15-foot cone, isn't it? Do I have to throw the attack out too? That way? Couldn't I just cast it on the ground in front of me? It's flammable material.
Pretty sure. I mean, you can. There's definitely a way to use it. Let me.
It seems like 15-foot cone.
If you click
Okay.
on the red dragon thing
yourself.
next to it, you can see the information.
Oh, okay.
So it should shoot 15 out
Okay.
just from.
So 5, 10, 15. So you definitely have one. The other one
Right.
is just out of reach.
But it lights all flammable material in front of me.
Okay. So you throw that.
That's
He then takes a dexterity save.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one moment here. This
Oh
is
wait, do I have to do it too? The dex save?
no.
No.
Okay.
Take the first one. Oh, geez, he did not fail. Or he did not succeed. So roll your damage. So as that happens, you guys see his hands erupt with flame and a bunch of fire waves out. And you see as the table and things in front of him just engulfed in flames, and the guy down at the other end that Eleanor had hit just lights up into a blaze, and he shrinks to the ground and is currently rolling on the ground before he slowly comes to a stop, just screaming at the
Nice.
top of his lungs.
Is he dead?
Oh, undo. Good thing there's a Control Z. That leaves us 4 and 2. You guys are flying through these guys. So he's screaming right there. The table is on fire, guys. And as that happens, you're noticing that the fire is spreading fairly quickly through this very dry wood.
Perfect.
Yes.
And with that, we move over to the bandit captain, who had just pulled out his scimitar. And you see him spin it, and he rushes towards Rudolph.
Bring it.
He then gets up close, and you see him do a spin attack. So he starts the spin with one slash and spins around with a second slash.
Oh, frick.
Oof. The first one hits. What's your AC is what?
16.
First one hits, second one does not connect. So he's doing this really fancy move, but Hrudal, you kind of like motion backwards. So the blade drags across your chest, but it's definitely not a deep groove. So as it goes right across, you feel a bit of your flesh being torn, but it definitely doesn't feel like it could have been as deep as it was. And the second one, because you had already moved, kind of dodged out of the side. You take 4 points of piercing or slashing damage.
Ha! That's all you've got. That's cute.
He just kind of, God, don't worry, I'll carve that face of yours there, bud.
I'm sure you will.
And we then pan back to the one that is standing in front of Varian, and he's like quickly scrambling and pulls out his smaller scimitar and takes a swing at Varian. And he goes wide. Varian now kind of overcorrecting himself, but in a good way. He just does a quick dodge to the side as the blade just right to the right beside him. And then we pan back to Mr. Cat Murderer, who sees Tud and the fire going on. He then circles over to the side here, and he just does not like Pang, and takes another shot at him with his crossbow. Oh, that's not good. That's a 17 right there.
Good.
And with that, the bolt goes flying here, and it goes right towards, and Tud is upset because he's really trying to like stop all these guys, but you hear it sink into Pang's left thigh, and you take 5 piercing damage.
Okay.
Not as bad as that crit you got earlier. Goddamn.
Yeah.
And with that, we carry yourself back to Eleanor, who just saw Pang, despite scrambling himself to get back alive, is already being shot by the same guy. You didn't hear what he said to him, but you definitely can tell that one has it out for him.
This bitch. Oh, wait. Oh. I accidentally rolled it on the frickin'.
That's the equivalent of having a cracked dice, you know what I mean? Oof.
And I rolled a freaking 15 on the
Yeah, so you see Eleanor, who's kind of distracted at the fact that Pang took a hit. She kind of racks her bow and lets it go. And as it happens, you hear her... And Tud can be heard emanating a... roll for damage.
Damn it.
Oh.
Oh, sure. Now I get max.
You take 9 points of piercing damage there, Tud.
God damn it.
He's surprisingly resilient through it, though. That arrow goes through like his top right shoulder, and it pins the rug to him, and blood kind of shoots out. And Tud's just more confused as to what happened than anything.
I'm just gonna yell, I'm sorry!
And with that, we then pan back to Harudal, who just prepped his flail in front of the captain here.
Alright. I am going to swing that flail right back at him after that shit talking he was doing to me.
This whole time, you've just been... and you
13.
swing, and as he sees that coming back, you just see him do a slight duck as it goes right above him. He spins his sword, and he's like, you think you're good at landing some blows there, huh? You might want to take that bow back out. Better with that than you are with that flail.
You must think you're pretty lucky. Just you wait.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry.
That'll end my turn.
We then move over to Pang, who is constantly being picked on by this dude over here.
Can I do a quick perception to see what's on the ground?
Yeah, you can take a look.
Just a sec.
You are dazed from being hit as many times as you are, and you just see junk on the ground.
Yeah, I'm walking outside.
Pang retreats out the door, and as he walks out the door, you hear that guy go, "I'll get back here, you little fucking kitty."
Yeah, I really don't care.
And anything else you're gonna do?
Can I roll to see if there's anything I can use to heal myself with?
You don't have anything on you.
Oh.
I would say you're kind of just looking at your wounds. I mean, old
Like,
habits die hard. You're probably just catting it up, maybe licking your wound.
I have my I have that cloak from earlier still on me.
You could try and do that, but it really wouldn't do much in the grand scheme of D&D, my friend. You could kind of rip it apart and try and tend to it, but you're well aware that you got Naki and some other people who have some magics that could probably do something.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just wait outside for a second.
So you just kind of get outside, take a breath, and with that, we move over to Naki.
Hello, that's me. La la la. I'm gonna use Tasha's hideous laughter on Bandit Captain.
Okay.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Don't look at that. You're not allowed.
What is it?
Oof. Okay. Yeah. What was your save?
13.
13. It does nothing.
Hmm.
What did you say though? What was the joke?
It just, I didn't say anything. He just thinks everything is funny.
Okay. You just kind of he feels like the magic implications, but he doesn't really have the effect you're going for. And yeah, how's your action? Anything
it
else?
never works. No.
You made it work. You got it to work last time.
No, I didn't.
On one of them.
No, I
Wasn't
didn't.
Growlbond.
No, I used vicious mockery.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. You'll get it one day though.
One day. Well, because Tasha's hideous laughter is a whole ass spell, and vicious mockery is a cantrip.
Yep.
So, I don't. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do.
Okay. So Naki using her little bit of magic to try and influence the captain just didn't seem to have an effect on it. And with that, we go back to Varian, who is currently in the middle of a dodging fest over here with one of the last bandits, who seemingly is terrified, but the more Varian misses, he's starting to lose that little sense of fear.
Well, let's avoid that. This time I'm going to do not Great Weapon.
Okay.
And I still miss.
The slice goes slightly wide. It like nips the bit of his clothing, but it doesn't penetrate any flesh, as you just barely miss him.
I'm gonna step in between these two.
Okay.
If I can.
You kind of shift, and the captain looks as you kind of like circle to the side, and he's a bit torn on what to do here. But right now, you guys are both kind of all interlocked in some combat here.
Sure.
And with that, we move over to Tud, who just got shot by his own big sister, but he has no idea that it was her. Besides the sorry that wasn't emanated from behind him.
So real quick, I cast 15-foot cone out from in front of myself, right?
Yep.
This is all wood, yeah?
Yeah, it is roaring in front of you. Again,
So he just stepped into my fire?
it was a cone. Okay, so it was a cone out this right in this general area right here. The fire was erupting around as he moved around to the side. I would say it's probably in covering the table, but not in the space he's currently in. The fire would need a little bit more time as it kind of moves down and around.
But that's like the exact same position the other guy was in.
The other guy was all the way right here. Like right here. And for that one to have hit, the cone would have had to be in a very specific spot.
Fair enough. Okay. I'm going to... Because I'm mad because I didn't hit him with my fire. I'm going to run up to him and smack him with my quarterstaff.
All right, go for it.
Hulk
Flat.
smash. Where is it? It's in here somewhere.
Should be under your actions page. If it's not equipped, then it's in your inventory and just needs to be equipped. Yeah, it's at the very top of your actions page.
Got it. No.
This guy is kind of snickering as you swing wildly as this big brooding wizard kind of stumbles over after casting a firebolt spell and tends to swing his staff at him. And he's just kind of like, what? And yeah. With that, we then cut back to what's going on over here with Harudal, Varian, and all the folks. And this guy takes another 2 swings with his scimitar at Harudal, and the second one at Varian because he sees an attack of opportunity here. Maybe not the wording appropriately. The first one with Harudal definitely hits. The second one with Varian does not. The first one kind of slams across your chest. And you take 7 points of slashing damage as it just...
All right.
Rudolph's looking pretty
All
lit
right.
over there. He's struggling, and Varian, kind of hearing the blade coming for him, just does a quick duck as it goes right above him. Knowing that his intention was to kind of get in the way here. We then move over to the bandit that is also staring at Varian. He then takes a swing with his scimitar. And this one goes quite a bit wide here. So as you're kind of ducking, this guy just kind of swings wildly and desperately towards you. And now the one that is standing in front of Tud, he takes his swing. And Tud surprisingly backs up a little bit and dodges it. He can tell that it's a sharp object as this guy's coming back, and Tud just kind of shuffles to the side, even though he's big and lumbering. And with that, we get back to Eleanor. What are you gonna do?
I want to shoot that guy again. Bandito 4.
Okay. You would just need to move a little bit around so you can get an angle. The table that's right there is all on fire right now, actually. I would say there's like a good little flame right around here starting to kind of pick up.
Shit. How's he looking? Is he like injured?
The other one that you shot that was right up in that circle is dead. Tud
Oh yeah, I know.
fucking
Like,
shreked him. This guy over here, he hasn't been hit. So...
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, he just kept picking on Pang. Nobody seemed to do anything directly back at him. Everybody was busy with other shit.
Fucking quit.
So she takes another shot, and just like before, you hear
way.
Stop shooting Tud!
and roll damage.
Motherfucking whores. If I swear. Oh, good. Oh.
Tud, you feel another bolt just right through your left hip from behind you, and you take 5 piercing damage. Look, man, I don't make the rules. You know how my campaigns are. Crit fails are punished.
Who keeps hitting me in the back? No one's
quit
over
D&D.
here.
I quit D&D.
Our first combat out of the arena, and we're just being fucking shit.
We're not in our normal area.
Yeah, that's pretty. And with that, Lynn is feeling it. She is frustrated over there. Then we go back to Harudal, who's currently getting his ass smacked by this captain.
I'm just gonna have to do it again. Keep trying until it works. So that did not work. That's 8.
Spinning your flail as he if you swing, the captain now kind of toying with you. He goes to the side and he's like, "Oh, you think you really got that thing under control there, huh? That looks like it's a pretty wild flay. You might want to calm that down. Have you ever thought about using something basic like a sword?" And with that, he casts he uses his reaction and parries.
I don't know what that does.
Oh shit, I forgot what a parry does in this game. Move on. He does not parry. He just kind of dodges the side, gives you some shit, and we move on.
That'll be the end of the turn for me. I got nothing else.
All right, we then move over to Pang, who's currently outside, seemingly having a smoke break while all of you guys are getting your asses shot. And he keeps hearing Tud behind him go, "Ow! Ow!"
I'd say not much of a smoke break with me fucking bleeding out again. Jesus.
Better not be smoking.
Oh, geez, there's not really anything I can fucking do. Can I do another perception check to see if I find any anything on the ground this time? Weapons, bandages, anything?
I think the best bet you'd have, my dude, is, I mean, you could check, is you see if you can find a rock or something.
Yeah,
right.
Fucking arrow
Roll
or
perception. See
something.
if you can find something out there.
Okay.
You find a pretty okay sized
17.
rock.
Okay. Grab it and throw it at the captain.
You need to go through the door. The door is currently ajar. You need to go in and to the left a little bit, or even a little bit around Naki to have a good line of sight on him. So you'd have to go back in, get into kind of up in the center here, kind of by the rock with some blood on it or whatever that is.
Okay, so about 10 feet.
Yeah, I'd say a little bit further up, because right now directly... Well, actually, yeah, you're right there.
Yeah.
1 or 2 more steps up, you'd probably want to be... Because that rock is a bit big. You'd have to kind
Yeah.
of go around it. You should have the ability to walk around there. But 1 more
Yeah.
square up, or at least halfway up, is where you should be. To really get a good
Okay.
clean sight, and
Fair.
not be standing on that giant boulder.
Okay.
So you hurl the stone at the captain.
Yeah.
Roll a dexterity check.
Just a sec, where is it? There it is. 13 plus the 4 is 17.
Stone goes flying, and it makes contact. Roll damage. I would just say roll a d4 plus your dexterity. It isn't like a very good stone to be hurling.
Yeah. 1 plus 4, 5.
Yeah, so this stone actually, surprisingly, he hurls it with a lot of strength in it. It's just as it smacks him across the face. But he's just kind of shrugging it off. He's not necessarily in bad or good shape, but he's definitely not in bad shape.
Okay.
And
I'm just gonna duck back out then with the remaining amount of space I can move.
okay. So he just runs in, throws a stone, runs back out.
Yeah.
And with that, we then move on to Naki.
I'm going to use vicious mockery on Captain Boy over there.
On the captain?
On the
You're
captain.
gonna use the mockery on the captain. All right.
Whoopsie. Not what I meant. 13 wisdom.
Okay. Let me check here. Okay, that one hits.
It worked?
Yep.
Oh. I say, hey, ugly over there, and I point at him.
Yeah.
And I say, you are so ugly that when little kids see you, they laugh hysterically and they make out ugly songs about you.
He's surprisingly offended at that. Roll some damage.
Okay. Hold on. 2.
He's feeling insulted, but it is more of a damage on his ego than it does on his actual ability to stand right now.
Also, you have disadvantage on your next attack roll.
Okay. Well, good to know. We then move over to Varian, who's currently in a missing match right now.
Alright. Bandit, not the leader. Bandit 2.
Okay.
Not Great Weapon Master.
I'm going to turn to Varian real quick as he's going to target the second bandit. And as loudly as I can, in high hopes that everyone hears it, and just say, we need to leave one alive. Maybe we can find something out.
Yeah.
Noted.
There we go. So you go for that. It
15?
hits. Roll damage.
Yeah. 14 points of damage.
How do you finish that bandit right there?
I stop my swinging. I resheath my blade, take a deep breath, and then slice him through the chest.
Oof. As you pull your blade out, it just crumples to his knees, and just blood shooting out as your sword right back. And
So my other Great Weapon Master ability that says if I crit or kill on my turn, I can make another attack as a bonus action.
Go for it, my dude.
So I will attack the captain, non-lethal damage if possible.
Okay.
If I hit, which I don't. 13.
You turn to slash, and he just saw he was watching as you were doing this, and he's currently psyching himself out, but he quickly just kind of parries or smacks, or not parry, just the same verbiage, but he blocks with his scimitar and stops your blade, and you pull it back.
That's my turn.
And then we move on to Todd. What are you gonna do, Todd?
Still alive.
He's still kicking. He has more HP than our fucking tanks.
Yeah.
He's still kicking.
Let's go, Todd.
Todd has a certain word strength.
Do you have the combat tracker up, Lynn?
Me?
Yeah.
You see, you got it.
Where's the combat track?
It's up in the
right.
top right. It's the two swords crossing.
Anyways,
I
I'm
don't-
mad at this guy
Oh.
because I didn't hit him with my stick the first time. So I'm going to take back for a bigger swing and swing it right at his head.
I would say after all of the bolts and everything, you are you're on the brink of going Leopold right now. Roll with advantage.
Wow, you told me to roll with advantage.
You can still roll
Okay, I'm
again.
going to hit anyway. I'm going to hit anyway. Oh,
Ooh.
baby.
Oh, damn.
With all of this, I'm honestly going to give you, because of how much trash you've been going through and how he's really frustrated you with your friend Pang, who you like to pet sometimes. Roll double damage with that swing there, my dude.
Hell yeah. Oh, and while I swing, I'm going to yell, Tud smash. What?
Oh.
So he gets that. So you just get the +3 once. I'm just gonna roll it as if it was like a crit. So you just kind of come back around, and as the staff connects to his face, you hear a crackling of bones as his whole jaw gets wiped from his body, and blood shoots out, and his body flies into the fire right next to him. And what he would normally be screaming, you just hear as he's kind of whirling inside the fire here. Tud did not catch the hint about keeping anybody alive. He instead completely decimated some guy.
Tud smash.
And
You're doing great there, Todd. Good job.
I smashed.
And with that, we come back to the captain, who's still a little upset at the jokes that were being hurled at him from Naki. But he still takes both of his attacks. Was it just on one, or is it both of his attacks?
Just your next attack.
Okay, so the first one will do disadvantage. The second one it won't have. But he's gonna take both strikes, or both strikes at actually one at each. So the first one's gonna go at Harudal. And that one was with disadvantage. Oh god, you're a hero there, my dude.
Thank you.
It goes a little wide, and Harudal is thankful because he's been struggling. Then the second strike comes towards Varian, who still hasn't put his blade back in his sheath like he normally does, but he has to get, it's very close. He just quickly pops his sword up and deflects the blade with a ching as it kind of backs off. Now they're getting way more into like proper sword play. Varian's actually feeling it. Rarely does he get a combatant that actually knows how to duel, so to speak, and the fact that he's doing this is actually causing him to want to keep his blade out and kind of go back and forth. All this time, Harudal is just winding up his flail, getting ready to go again. The bandit now feeling a little overwhelmed, you can tell, but he's still not letting up. We then move back to Eleanor. FYI, some more time has passed. This fire that is over here has now spread up to this wall right here, and is currently just starting to roar up the wall a little bit. Don't know if we're doing anything about that, but continue with your turn. I don't know if you're talking, Eleanor, but yeah, you've been there quiet.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm dying of tooth pain right now.
Oh shit.
I think I'm gonna shoot. Do I have a clear
swear to
sight
God,
of?
if you hit me,
You gotta move quite a bit up, because right now you've got way more of a clear shot on Rudolph. There you go.
Captain.
So at this point, you've moved into place, racked up your bow.
Get it.
Oh!
Shit.
All right. Feeling
Nat 20, my
so
dude.
frustrated. She gets into position. She like slides, releases the bow, full draw, and you just hear as it flails out. Roll for damage.
How do I roll for crit?
Should automatically do it after if you do it in the same weapon.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's.
Not a great crit, but you know, it'll still crit.
No.
We'll take it. It's better than hitting Tut again. as the
Shut the
arrow
fuck up.
ripples out, you see it fly and it just goes right through his shin. You would think this is a lot more painful, but like you just hear the of the bone, both her Hrundle and Varian as the arrow pierces through, and you hear him go ah, as that seemingly hurt quite a bit, but he's still kicking. Oh, did I just cause him to go to the top? Oh, I just pasted his initiative. Oopsie. Alright, okay. Gotta learn the tools here. Okay, cool. So, sinks through. We then move on to Rudolph.
I'm pretty frustrated with the flail at this point, but you know, I'm thinking it's gonna pay off. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a swing. Want to note it is going to be non-lethal damage towards him. I'm trying to keep him alive, so I am gonna try and swing low towards his legs.
Oof.
And if it hits, hopefully I just break like both of his legs.
Alright.
Just wanted to let you know in advance.
Sounds good. Roll that beach.
That's a 14.
So as you're swinging at him, he actually just jumps, curling his legs up as the flail drags across the wood with a as it comes back up to you, and he's like, "Oh, you're just a fierce one, huh?"
We'll see if you're talking this much in a few minutes.
Don't worry, I consider myself a pretty good talker.
That'll be the end of my turn.
Well, we then tune back to Pang, who's in his own wondrous world. In fact, as he's been standing outside, a butterfly has flown by his face.
God, fucking damn it. The butterfly have any healing potions? Oh God.
One of our melee characters has been just standing outside this entire match.
He almost
really
died.
twice.
Yeah.
Twice. From the same dickbag that apparently really hates cats.
Don't worry, Tud removed his jaw.
Yeah.
You don't even know either. Pang has no clue.
I have no idea. I'm just outside. Can I? No, I'm just gonna. I have my staff, right? I was able to grab.
You got it.
Okay. Is this Bandit 2 still alive?
Oh shit, he's dead. Yeah, my B.
Okay.
Now that's my B right there.
Fuck it, full send. He's already crippled. I'm gonna take a swing at his legs with both my quarterstaff and claws.
Okay, so you come rushing in with a swift motion past Naki. You slide over and take a swipe with your quarterstaff at his legs. Roll, see if you hit on that one.
Just a sec. I haven't even attacked yet. This is on the platform, so just a moment.
You're good. Under
just
actions, click on the like plus number.
On the main page?
Let me see if your character has it equipped. Be hilarious if you haven't even. Yeah, it's equipped.
Yeah.
Quarterstaff. Just click, grab the dice that's right there with the +3 and just put it in the tray. Onto the
Should be
action.
action page at the bottom right corner.
Yeah, you see the tabs on the right side of the page of your player character.
Yeah.
Just click on actions, then grab the little dice right there.
There it is. Okay. Wow. Okay. So, oh wait, no, wrong one. That's the clause, not what I was trying to grab.
I think that number is slightly off. Well,
Just have that golden star next to that plus.
oh, okay.
It should be proficient added to that as well.
Yeah. So quarterstaff was supposed to be first. I didn't mean to roll the clause first.
You're good. You should get a +6, so it's whatever your dice is. We'll correct it later. So it's 11, 17 because you get +2 plus your dex.
Okay.
It is a monk weapon. So you roll for 17. He actually, with that same thing, now that he's getting surrounded, he then uses his reaction to parry, which actually blocks the staff on that first attack. So his scimitar cuts into your staff. You both reel back, and then you can take a swing with your claws.
Okay, now with the claws.
Yep.
Okay. 18.
Those after he kind of reels back from that, you take your opportunity to swipe at his gut, and that hits. I'm pretty sure your claws, I can't remember the damage were for him. Noticing they're not in there. It's damage is 1d6 plus your dex. So
1d6 plus dex.
Yep.
Okay. 5 and
plus
4.
4.
Nice.
So that one connects, and you guys see as this claw just kind of drags through his midsection, and that's a pretty deep hit, but he's still kicking. That puts him at a strong, still kind of kicking around. So there's some blood kind of rippling down. His legs tagged. There's a bunch going on. Shrapnel's pierced him, but he's still standing. This guy is surprisingly resilient for a little, like, slightly lightfoot kind of guy. With that, we then move over to Naki.
I noticed that the fire is getting really big, so I'm going to just yell. I'm going to use thaumaturgy and make my voice really loud so that Tud can hear me, but I just yell at him. Tud, the fire's getting really big. I don't know if you can fix it, but you know, don't burn to death. And then I will do I have it? How many bardic inspirations do I have?
I think you only have 2 or 3.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna move over here, and that's
You've only done one, haven't you?
She's
I
done
did
2.
I did one for Varian and one for Horadal.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna move there. I did that. That's what I did.
Okay. Cool. With that, we move over to Varian.
Alright, let's try this again. Attack him with the sword. Yow. 11.
And he goes like that, and after blocking the quarterstaff, the guy quickly ducks and then switches his scimitar to behind him, which stops Amaterasu in its path. He then whips it back underneath his arm, and he's kind of just prepared, got his arm out, just like, what you guys are kind of getting all over the place. And I don't know, I don't really understand what you're trying to accomplish here, but and with that, do you have any other action you want to do here?
That's it.
Okay. We then move over to Tud, who's currently staring at a fire after Naki just yelled at him.
Thank you, Naki.
You're welcome.
Take a step back. And then let's let's see. I'm gonna cast my Ray of Frost on the fire. Can I do that?
Yeah.
All right, that's what I want to do. Do I have to roll it?
Yeah, roll to see if it hits. It rolls a 1, freezes Lynn. It's really hard for him to miss because it's a huge flame. So you just see the bolt of ice energy just emanate from your staff, and it carves a path over the main part of the fire, which in turn the eraser would work.
Eraser works.
Okay, that removed a good portion of the fire, but you can see the fire is currently still here, just faint, as you didn't land enough of the fire itself. But you see some crystals kind of covering a good chunk of the burn, but it's starting to kind of gather around that edge.
I'm getting in, Naki.
Yeah, don't
Way
burn
over
to
here.
death.
She can't hear me.
You probably just talked in normal voice, and there's a roaring flame and a bunch of other shit going on. So there's a bunch of king, king, king. It's like things are fighting over here. And we then move back.
I see that the fire goes down, and I say, "Good job, Todd. Don't burn to death."
We then switch back over to the captain here, who's now a bit furious. He's getting surrounded. And after being clawed, he takes his first attack on Peng.
Shit.
Just missing. You kind of swiftly move to the side. You feel the blade drag on your robes, but not really doing any damage to him. Then the second attack comes down on Varian, because they both have been kind of going at him, which kind of frustrates Harudal, because he's no longer focusing on Harudal. He's kind of focusing on the other two. He seemingly is more concerned with. And the second one on Varian does connect as he brings his sword down after a bunch of clangs back and forth between the two of them. You just hear and the blade kind of comes down your chest for 6 damage. Some blood's kind of pouring from Varian. He's looking a little tough. And with that, we move back to Eleanor, who's watching a bunch of you guys gather around this guy, and he is blocking blows, and he just cut Varian. Looking tough.
Okay, so I got excited because I figured out the distance thing for enemies.
Okay.
So up top where we have the little flag, the target, and the eraser stuff.
Yep.
It says target enemy units. It looks like a fucking burglar glass or some shit. I don't know. Just click that, and then click on the enemy.
Oh, cool.
Well, it did work earlier.
I think when you do
So
that,
if you select your character and then use it and then click on the enemy, it'll tell you how far it is. So you have to make sure there's a black circle around your character.
Okay, no more. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
25 feet right there. So you click your character, click the target thing, then click the other person.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, I see.
I'm gonna swing around over there.
Mm-hmm.
And then try and shoot him.
Okay.
At 20.
Oh, 21.
So again, you pull another arrow, still pissed off that you shot Tud as many times as you did. You pull this bow and you let it go, and you kind of get an angle from him as he's been blocking all these things right here. And the the arrow hits. You see it right between his same shin. You're peppering the same leg. So now there's 2 bolts to the same leg, and you see it kind of starting to crumple. But he's still standing.
Well, 4 damage to your shin, sir.
God. Why would you roll a 6 on Tud but a 1 on the bot? Rip, man.
Fucking don't ask me. Ask the dice gods. They hate me.
Because Tud wasn't expecting the attack.
Tud had no idea. At Hrudal, as you see these arrows and things kind of coming down, you're still frustrated that you haven't been able to go for it. And after he's been sitting here mocking you this entire time, you feel a burst of inspiration as you're watching him bash these 2 blades back, and you see a brief moment of opportunity. You can roll with advantage on this attack here.
Ooh! Ooh, all right, boy, let's get it. That's a 20.
Ooh. So spinning it, he goes to block it, but as his sword hits, blocks it, it blocks the chain, and the flail hits his shoulder. Roll for damage.
I do still want to do this non-lethally.
I know. It's just more of building the experience here, guys.
Okay. I'm just making sure. That's 7.
So you see the flail, it kind of slows the momentum down a little bit. Not enough to like fully block it, of course. It slows the momentum down, but it hits his shoulder, and you see a big chunk of his shoulder kind of ripple off. But he's still standing, but just barely. You see it like blood pouring from him. He is hurt, and he honestly is taken aback. He's like, took you long enough to make that one fucking hit.
I'm not even gonna dignify it with a response.
We then move to Pang. I swear, if Pang comes back after all this and takes your guys' kill, I'm gonna laugh.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
I know. I'm just giving shit. I'm just giving shit.
Keep aiming at the legs. Again, staff first, and then
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for the shins.
Yeah, I'm going for the shins.
That one lands. Roll damage.
Sorry, how do I roll damage for this?
That one is pretty sure it's a D8.
Okay.
Oh, D6. That's
D6 plus
It'd be
one.
right next to your character, homie.
Well, it's all.
I think it's because it was set for a one-handed variation, which he is technically using it as. So actually, that does make sense. So you crack onto his legs. He's like starting to crumple down, but he's not done yet.
Okay, so claws on the legs.
Yep.
21.
All right,
Just
1d6.
like a madman.
Fuck your legs.
So as this happens, you slash his leg, and you feel a break as that leg that's been pelted and you just smacked again just snaps, and he drops his blade and crumples to the ground. And while the skin isn't fully torn, it is completely severed, muscle and all inside. It's like a bag of flesh in there, and he is just and he is down but not dead. So with that, combat has ceased for the time being. You guys are all kind of reeling. You're standing over him. His sword is on the ground. He's just kind of like dragging himself back as his leg is disgustingly like disjointed from all of the beatings you got from his left leg. And as he kind of moves, the flesh just severs, and the lower part of his shin and foot is just left behind as he's pulling himself back, slowly bleeding out from the beating he's taken on that leg. Might have been smarter to not finish that leg off, but here we are. He's kind of just scooting back ever so slightly. He can't really get away from you guys, but you see him just kind of I don't know what I don't know what you want from me, but I saw what you did to all my friends. God, this hurts so fucking bad. He's
We
still
want information.
Can I move,
sir?
okay.
Real
Really
quick,
quick. Let me kind of get a tier here. There's a lot of people talking. Harudal?
I was just gonna ask if he is bleeding out at all. Do we?
He
need
is
to pay attention
bleeding
to his wounds?
profusely. He's got his shoulder, it's fucked up, and his leg is severed.
Can I roll a medicine check to try and stop the bleeding so we can get stuff out of him?
Yeah, I'd say you'd have to kind of fetch some cloth or something on you. You have your spare clothes in your backpack.
I would just take those out and use them then.
Yeah, you grab one of your pieces of clothing, you then put it around his nub as he's like kind of smacking you, but he's so weak, he's just struggling. It is not like there's, anybody even moderately experienced in medicine can still see blood kind of, it's not tight enough to really stop it even much. There's just a piece of cloth kind of draped around his leg as he's still kind of just like, stop.
Yeah, and I rolled a 4 too, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, he's still trying to crawl back. And Peng?
can I move to take the clothes that that were trying to be used as a bandage to make as a tourniquet around his leg?
You could try the same thing he did. So just roll another medicine check, see if you can't tighten it up.
11.
Yeah, you both are just real struggling here. I mean, he's kind of flailing backwards still a little bit, and you just kind of go over and tighten it, which just hurts. You do notice that as you kind of really reel in on the tightness, it is spurting out less, but you definitely get the vibe that because of the artery that was severed, he's on a ticking time clock here before he's out.
I just want to go up to him and talk to him and be like, "You, sir, have been defeated."
Varian walks over like Zorro and kind of like marks a V in his shirt. You, sir, have been defeated. And he's like, what are you all about? What is that? What are you? Yes. Can any of you fucking stop what's going on down there? I don't know what you want from me. Either finish me off or just fucking go.
I'm gonna turn to Naki since I know that she knows some healing stuff. And Naki, can you help this man out a little bit?
Yeah. I was gonna say I was gonna run over here and like use my water skin and dump water all over the fire.
Oh yeah, you guys, we almost forgot about that. The fire is.
I didn't forget about it.
I
was gonna talk, but then everybody started talking, so I waited.
That's okay.
So, can I was running over here and I said, yeah, hold on, we just got put out a fire.
As she's kind of sprinkling that out, I would assume Todd would be trying to cast another ray of frost.
I forgot it was even burning until she said something.
So, does that give you enough notice, or should I yell at you?
You see Naki trying to put the fire out, and I'd say Todd can put 2 and 2 together and make 4. Sometimes it's 5 in his head because algebra is hard, but you know, he kind of puts it together. Lexi, if you could roll a survival check as you're kind of shooting your canteen over that, and Todd, you can roll to see if you land on that.
18.
You're getting some of the flames, especially some of the higher ones, and Todd, you clear it up like with that one foul swoop. You guys see these all start to kind of disappear here. The fire sizzling out, smoke still kind of bellowing, but there's enough holes in this old manor that it's not really staying like it normally would. You're all there's kind of a bit of a peace as he's still scooting backwards. He's kind of gotten himself a little away. I'd assume Pang's probably kind of hanging behind. Same goes with Rudol and Varian as they're all kind of working on moving here.
Yeah, so then I run back over and I go, what, Dolly? What'd you say?
Can you try and make sure this man stays alive for more than the next 5 minutes, maybe?
If I use my spell slots, is that it for the whole day?
Until you get at least a short rest, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, I used all of my mana, Dolly, when we were in the fight, so I can't do anything.
All right. Do you maybe know something just about general medicine that might be able to relieve him of this so far, at least?
Nope, I'm a bard. I can sing to him.
Never mind.
Todd is the greatest wizard. I got this.
Oh god.
Oh no. He's gonna shoot magic missiles out and hit him in the chest.
Oh god. Todd smacks the wound with his stick, but not like hard. He's just like patting it, and you hear the guy screaming as he slightly faints, not all the way yet. He faints just from the pain of just everything. You see him just kind of collapse. His corpse is just dragging down. He's kind of just drops. His head
Wait, is he dead?
He's not dead. He's just fainted from the constant berating of his wound, as no one has been able to do shit to stop the bleeding.
It's fine though. I mean, he's not smacking at us now that we're.
Here, let me move over here and fucking try.
Real quick, while he's unconscious, I'm gonna move behind him so he stops crawling away.
Okay.
Oh god. What? He's
You guys
unconscious.
at this point, I would say he's unconscious. You've got a second. You get advantage on this check. This is the last medicine check for everybody, just so we're on the same page.
Oh god.
Sure, I'll try again. I'll ignore that roll. Oh shit!
Oh, okay.
20.
But you dropped any. It's okay. You were able to. You were able to. Yeah. After your rolls tonight, I'm just gonna give this one to you. As you're able to kind of fashion around it, you do put 2 and 2 together, and very briefly, knowing what Tud can do, you ask for, because you take the brunt of your sword and turn to Tud and you go, can you like make this hot?
I am the greatest wizard.
He uses his ability to kind of light the sword on fire, and you see it heat up a bit. And then you take the blade and cauterize the end of the wound. And you hear just and the guy just shoots back awake. What the fuck are you guys doing? Oh my god. It is real. This was not a nightmare. Oh lordy. Oh jeez. And he tries to reel back, and Pang has him as he's kind of just holding to his nub. And he's realizing you guys are all around him. Now what do you do?
Well, I was wondering when you were coming back. Hello there.
Oh, hi there. I figured you and I were some good friends after that little bout.
Oh, we're the best of friends, trust me.
Oh, I bet. I hope you make it quick.
I'm going to go up right next to him, and I'm going to drop my flail, like, right beside him. And, it's a big flail.
Okay.
And just let it drop. And can I roll intimidation?
Yes, my dude. Go for it.
That's an 18.
You hear as your flail drops next to him. You go, okay, what? Okay, I don't. Either way, you're coming for me here. I just whatever you want from me, I'm willing to talk. You just either make it quick or let me go.
Quick question for you, DM.
That's me.
He had scimitars.
He had a scimitar and a crossbow.
Okay. Can we say I picked up his scimitar on the way over there?
Yeah.
So I'm like holding his own sword at this point.
You got his kind of raggedy scimitar. You're kind of whatever you want to do with it.
Cool. I have an idea.
Okay.
So before all this violence needed to happen, we were trying to talk to you about the house, and one of your mean friends over there kept instigating with our tabaxi friend here. What do you know about the people that lived here?
Look, like I told you, I'm being 100% clear. I don't know a fucking thing about the folks who actually lived here. All I know is when they went missing, I knew that their house would be deserted, and my crew took a little bit of solace here at the shady nights, the thunderstorms and things that are going on. And we made sure that we had a place to stay, and also they had quite a few kegs in here. We had a few smashers and had a plenty full of a good time.
Can I insight check him?
Go for it.
That's a 20.
Nice.
He is telling the truth. He is terrified of your flail, even though he will not openly admit it. But he is, all intents and purposes, keeping himself pretty up top.
Can I interject and ask if they found anything interesting?
You mean apart from the literal giant barrels of paleberry ale? And, oh my god. You guys. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What did you guys do to my leg? Oh my god. I wish I had been granted a very swift death like my friends, like my friend over there. He motions towards the guy who is just the bottom half of his torso and painted across the room. And he's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Can you just put me out of this or let me go?
Hold on. So, given that this man is telling the truth, I'm going to say to him, you know, I'm happy to oblige that request. The one question I do have for you, other than the ale, is there anything else that we should know about that was in this house?
I mean, other than the occasional rotor that would come from seemingly below the floorboards, but not anything we could find. We would just hear a little, I don't really know how to make it, you know, a sound, but it sounded pretty terrifying, if you do ask me. But other than that, I mean, that just might have been us just getting pretty proper drunk. Also, this fucking wound on my leg. Oh my.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. You said there was something under the floorboards.
As you're talking to that, Naki, what were you gonna say really quick?
I'm hiding behind Eleanor because I don't like it when Horror Doll gets mean.
Okay. So she's
and I don't want to
very
see
cordial.
Well, you're banging your flail on the ground.
Better than what I would have done.
Just
so
intimidating him, trying to loosen his lips, you know?
You know, like I said, we had plenty of beverages late at night, and oh lordy, that is, you ever have something pulse through your body like that? Anyways, it's just the occasional roar. Sometimes it felt like it was a pretty proper bad little creature, but you know, I'm just a poor little city boy who, you know, grew up on the wrong side of the street, if you catch my drift.
What room was this in is what I'm trying to get at, my
Generally speaking, my good friend, it was everywhere. I don't think there's a spot in this entire house that you probably could get away from that. Oh my god. That terrifying screech in the middle of a night.
All right, well, thank you.
No
any
problem.
other questions for this man?
If you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna crawl myself on out of here.
Not so fast.
But maybe we could get back at it one day. Maybe I get myself a nice little peg. We can have a tick too.
No, you know, you asked for a sweet slip into death there, and I'm going to oblige you of that. And I twirl this man's scimitar and slash it down at him.
Roll the hit. It's very easy. I'd say you're kind of rolling with it. Just roll
a d20 or
d20 and whatever works for you. I'm pretty sure it's dexterity.
That's a 16.
Tell me how you finish the captain here.
So I, as I'm swinging the scimitar around, I stab it down into his gut and then pull straight up towards the middle of the torso, and then just pull the blade out and wipe it off on my pants.
He collapses to the ground with a solid thud, and as that happens, you guys hear from below, and the house kind of shakes, and you hear the floorboards from the other end, and as that happens, we're gonna call it for this week.